All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Arlington Heights Village Board to order on Monday, November 1st, 2021. We're meeting virtually tonight because it is not practical or prudent to meet in person due to the number of attendees we expect to attend and join us this evening as a result of items on the agenda. I do have to apologize as we begin tonight for the technical difficulties that has resulted in a delay of about 12 minutes. And so we thank you for your patience, but we will move forward with the agenda in the utmost haste. And so we very much appreciate your joining us this evening. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would ask if you would all please rise and join the Village Board in reciting the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would the clerk please call the roll?
Trustee Tinaglia.
Here.
Trustee Baldino. Trustee Baldino.
He was on earlier. He's not in the picture.
Trustee
Hoping he will
Canty.
join us. Go ahead.
Here.
Trustee Bertucci.
Here.
Trustee LaBedz.
Here.
Trustee Schwingbeck.
Here.
Trustee Scaletta.
Here.
Trustee Grasse.
Here.
President Hayes.
Here. First item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, and we have three sets to approve tonight. The first is from the committee whole meeting of October 11, 2021. Are there any changes or passes?
Pass.
Passed by Trustee Schwingbeck. If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
Motion to approve by Trustee LaBedz, seconded by Trustee Grasse. Any questions or comments from the board or from the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee LaBedz.
Yes.
Trustee Grasse.
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci.
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta.
Yes.
Trustee Canty.
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia.
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. Next item is the committee of the whole meeting minutes from October 18, 2021. Are there any changes or passes?
Pass.
Passed by Trustee LaBedz and Trustee Schwingbeck as well?
Right.
And is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second? Motion by Trustee Scaletta, seconded by Trustee Canty. Any questions or comments from the board or from the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Scaletta.
Yes.
Trustee Canty.
Yes.
Trustee Grasse.
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia.
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci.
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. And finally, the village board meeting minutes from October 18, 2021. Passes again for Trustee LaBedz and Trustee Schwingbeck.
Correct.
And any other changes or passes? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
Move approval.
There's a second.
Second.
A motion by Trustee Baldino, seconded by Trustee Bertucci. Any questions or comments from the board or from the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Baldino.
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci.
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia.
Yes.
Trustee Grasse.
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta.
Yes.
Trustee Canty.
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. Next, we move on to the approval of the accounts payable, and I'd call on Trustee Bertucci.
I move approval of the accounts payable warrant register for 10/30/2021 in the amount of $307,504.34.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Bertucci, seconded by Trustee Scaletta. Any questions or comments from the board or from the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Bertucci.
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta.
Yes.
Trustee Baldino.
Yes.
Trustee Canty.
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz.
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck.
Yes.
Trustee Grasse.
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia.
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. We move on then to recognitions and presentations, and it's not on the agenda, but I just wanted to take a minute to formally recognize last Thursday, October 28th, as National First Responders Day, and take a moment to thank the many first responders that serve the village of Arlington Heights and keep our community safe on a daily basis. We know all the great work that they did over the past 18, 19 months during the course of the pandemic, but their job was very important to us long before the pandemic and will be of continued importance to us after the pandemic is completely over. So we can't thank all of our first responders enough for all that they do for our community, and wish them much good health in the carrying out of their duties over the course of the months and years ahead. So again, thanks to all of our first responders for all the great work that they do to keep us safe. There being no other recognitions and presentations, we'll move on to citizens to be heard. Are there any members of the audience who wish to address the board on items not on the agenda? And again, that's items not on the agenda, so anyone who wants to speak on the Shelter Inc. proposal, you can wait until we reach that agenda item. So any members of the audience who wish to address the board on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close out the citizens to be heard portion of the agenda and move on to old business. And we do have two motions to report out from our committee of the whole meeting from earlier this evening. And the first motion was by Trustee LaBedz regarding the appointment of Tanya Ito to the Arlington Economic Alliance. Trustee LaBedz?
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. I move now, as I did earlier this evening, to concur in the mayor's appointment of Tanya Ito for appointment to the Arlington Economic Alliance as the top 20 employer representative with the term ending April 30th, 2024.
Second.
Motion by Trustee LaBedz, seconded by Trustee Canty. Any questions or comments from the board or from the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Canty?
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci?
Yes.
Trustee Grasse?
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes.
Trustee Baldino?
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
President Hayes?
Yes. Well, Tanya, I do see you there, so if you could make yourself visible and audible. There you go. Again, thank you for joining us, and thank you for your willingness to serve. We're now going to make it official by having you recite the official oath of office. So if you could raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and state your full name.
I, Tanya Ito,
Having been appointed to the Arlington Economic Alliance
appointed to the Arlington Heights Economic Alliance
in the village of Arlington Heights,
in the village of Arlington Heights.
in the county of Cook,
In the county of Cook.
do solemnly swear and affirm
Do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office according to the best of my ability.
of the office according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, Tanya. We know you will.
Thank you.
We do have some other business for you to conduct when you can come in person, but we'll go ahead and take care of that at the appropriate time. That's, you need to sign your oath with the village clerk, and so we can take care of that down the road. And also, we'd like to present you with a village logo pin, which all of our elected and appointed board members wear proudly as a representative of this community. So Tanya, thank you again for joining the Economic Alliance. We look forward to working with you.
I look forward to also. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Tanya. And the next motion to be reported out this evening was by Trustee Tinaglia.
Thanks, Mayor Hayes. So I'd like to move now, as I did earlier this evening, to concur with your appointment of Anna Fortzis for the appointment to the Youth Commission as a youth member, term ending 4/30/2022.
Second.
A motion by Trustee Tinaglia, second by Trustee Schwingbeck. Any further questions or comments from the board or from the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
Trustee Canty?
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci?
Yes.
Trustee Grasse?
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
Trustee Baldino?
Yes.
President Hayes?
Yes. Well, Anna, I see you have joined us as well, so if you could just unmute yourself. And then we're going to have you recite the oath as well. So if you'd raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and state your full name,
I, Anna Fortsas,
having been appointed to the Youth Commission
having been appointed to the Youth Commission
in the Village of Arlington Heights
in the Village of Arlington Heights
in the County of Cook,
in the County of Cook,
do solemnly swear and affirm
to solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office according to the best of my ability.
of the office according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, Anna.
Thank you.
We will have you sign your oath at some time down the road as well, and we are happy to present you with a village logo pin as well. So we look forward to working with you as a member of our Youth Commission. I know you're going to do a great job, so thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Anna. Now go do your homework. All right, thank you again. We have no other old business, and so we move on to the consent agenda. Any members of the board wish to remove an item on the consent agenda? Any members of the audience wish to remove an item on the consent agenda? Any members of the board wish to vote no or pass on any item on the consent agenda?
I would move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by trustee Scaletta, seconded by trustee Tinaglia. Roll call.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes.
Trustee Baldino?
Yes.
Trustee Canty?
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci?
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
Trustee Grasse?
Yes.
President Hayes?
Yes. Well, we do have two other items on the agenda tonight, and since the new business item is going to take considerable time, we thought it best to move the item under petitions and communications up in the agenda at this point and take care of that item before we move on to the final item, which is Shelter Inc. So if I could have a motion at this time to move up the Cortland's Garage request.
So moved.
Oh, thank you, trustee Canty.
Second.
Seconded by trustee Bertucci. Roll call.
Trustee Canty?
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci?
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Grasse?
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
Trustee Baldino?
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes.
President Hayes?
Yes. Well, this is an item, a request by Cortland's Garage for a patio enclosure to be located at 1 North Vale Avenue, and the specific request tonight is to proceed at their own risk. And just to give some introductory comments before I call on the petitioner, I would call on our village manager, Mr. Recklaus.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a unique item. We don't handle these too often, and there was a issue of timeliness here, and so despite this being a busy agenda, this was really the only evening that this agenda item could work. The applicant is looking to put a canopy enclosure over their existing outdoor patio, and this requires an amendment to the special use permit that governs the restaurant, as well as the approval of a planned unit development. Unfortunately, we didn't receive the application from the applicant until the end of October, October 11th, and there was no way to accommodate kind of a final approval this month. They're hoping to get an approval this month so they could proceed. I know they have some operational reasons. They'll probably get into that, why they would want to do it this month. And staff, while we aren't, our recommendation isn't in the positive on the proceed at your own risk, because this process still has to play out at the plan commission level. we wanted to make sure that administratively they had their opportunity to, their day in court, if you will, their ability to come before the village board and at least ask for a proceed at your own risk approval. And this would mean that they would be able to put up their canopy, and if the plan commission and or village board later denied it, they would have to take it down, and they'd understand that that would be at their own expense. But with that, I think, you know, we can turn things over to the petitioner. I just want to explain what it is that we're doing, because it's not something we typically do. And then I know Mr. Perkins will also have some further comments on the application and how this all played out and the factors at play.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ecklaus. I know the petitioner has at least one representative here, and so is Mr. Roginski there? Or is Jim Platt, are you going to be speaking on behalf?
Oh, can you hear us?
Are you all together?
Yeah,
Yes.
Brian and I are together, yes.
Okay, if you just introduce yourselves, I only see the one name, and so if everyone who's going to speak, if you could just introduce yourself, if you would.
All right, my name is Brian Roginski, 1 North Vale Avenue, Arlington Heights. Thank you, Mayor Hayes and village trustees. I'm here with Jim Platt, who has been my advisor, helping me navigate through this permit process. The reason I am here tonight is that staff recommended this request to the board as I was moving through the permit process. My challenge has been 2 different departments not agreeing on one classification for my canopy project. One classification is alteration, as decided by Director of the Building Department and supported by definitions in Chapter 28 of the Village Zoning Code. Second classification is building addition, as interpreted by the Planning Department, which requires a PUD review and amendment to special use. I don't need a proceed at your own risk approval from the board tonight. I need the board's direction to assign my project with a single classification so I can complete my permit approval. I would like to share a screen to show the canopy without temporary walls. Can we do that? Are we able to do that, or?
Yeah, I know, Charles, can you help with that?
So I think the screen share should be controllable by Kevin Cochran. So hopefully he's allowed the screen share.
Kevin would, have to promote Jim to panelist, and then Jim would be able to do a screen share.
Brian's going to continue. We have a second piece we'll do. I don't see this first one in my screen here, so he's going to continue so that we're not delaying.
Okay, thank
So
you.
I'm proposing to install an open canopy that would be secured to the floor for year-round use. The canopy has no permanent walls. The project calls for 2 sets of canvas panels that can be attached on 2 sides temporarily during more inclement weather. Since I've been speaking with village staff, the approval process has been going on for more than a year. I would like to share a screen showing definitions from Chapter 28 of Village Zoning Code. Chapter 28 of Village Zoning Code provides a definition for canopy, which we fit, but planning wants us defined as a building addition. Chapter 28 of Village Zoning Code outlines qualifications for a PUD. There is no PUD requirement for a canopy or alteration. Chapter 28 of the zoning code provides a definition for building, and I've shown why we do not fit this definition. After investigating code, the village building department determined my canopy project is not a building addition, but more accurately, an alteration. The planning department's interpretation places my canopy project in the same approval process as the 425 project on Campbell, which is proposing over 350 residential units. The design commission rejected my canopy project last Tuesday because they were referencing building addition code rather than codes for alterations in line with the building department. The village legal department was emailed requesting a meeting to reach a resolution on the double classification, but they declined the request. Jim Platt and I are welcome questions from the board.
Mayor, if I could jump in as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Recklaus.
I was just going to say that I would disagree with the characterization of the petitioner on this. There was no disagreement between departments on the interpretation of the code whatsoever. There is a building code and a zoning code. And the building code, obviously any applicant has to meet the qualifications of the building code and zoning code. The building code has a different definition for alteration than the zoning code does. The zoning code is a local code. The building code is international. And so we have to use those definitions as they're defined in the international code. We made it very clear to the petitioner throughout this that this was, it did require going through the zoning process. There was no disagreement between departments. This situation was, we did consult with the legal department on this, and over the summer, the petitioner did appeal the clarification that was given to them to me. I concurred with the planning department, as did the legal department. And so staff in all departments agree that this is something subject to the zoning code. And it's very clear based on the special use permit as well as the planned unit development, as this is something that's going to be permanently affixed with footings and so forth. And so I just want to make that clarification. There are different definitions, but that's true in many of our codes. Many cases, the same terms are used, but we provided that guidance to the applicant many months ago.
Mayor, if I could just add to that, the interpretation was provided to Cortland's on January 22nd of this year, after we'd received materials relative to their design commission application. And the zoning code is black and white in our opinion. There's a definition of PUD, and it calls for any development in the B5 zoning district, any new buildings or additions over 500 square feet. The permitted use table talks about a restaurant or an expansion of a restaurant needs a special use approval. We do have administrative approval for restaurants 4,000 square feet or less, but Cortland's is well over 5,000, in fact, almost over 6,000 square feet. And then the relevant definitions are not canopy. Those are canopies that are over businesses' windows. The relevant definition is building, which talks about any structure. And then if you look at the structure definition, it talks about anything constructed or erected which requires a location on the ground or is attached, or something having location on the ground. And there's also a definition for structural alterations that this would fall under. And then the permitted use table, section 5.5, talks about no principal building or structure. And again, going back to that definition of building and structure that work together. And the permitted use table lists a restaurant as a special use in the B5 district. And then lastly, the zoning code does call for the opportunity for relief on interpretations that staff may make, and the relief is to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So the interpretation on this zoning issue is not really germane or not really part of the board's discussion. What's really on the agenda is the petitioner's request to proceed at their own risk. So when we met with them more recently, they had not submitted their plan commission application. We had outlined a couple of options for them. One was to install a true temporary tent, which the building department has guidelines and criteria for, and that we have said can be allowed on private properties, as opposed to on public property. Second was to request to proceed at their own risk. And then the third option that we are recommending right now is that taking no action on this request and deferring and letting the process, go through the process, letting this application go through the process rather. As the petitioner indicated, they did go to Design Commission last week for approval of the structure. And the Design Commission had a number of concerns and ultimately recommended denial of the proposal. They were willing to entertain a continuance to try to work out the details, but specifically they had concerns about the temporary appearance as a permanent structure, and that it would set precedent downtown and didn't really comply with the design guidelines. And in conclusion, felt it really had to look better. They had concerns about the massing of the roof structure, especially the triangle front wall. And there were comments from the acting chair about, their concerns that snow load and impact on the property building to the north, and as they put it, was a disaster waiting to happen. And then lastly, the third major area of concern was negative aesthetic and impact, on the historic structure. And as there has been no public hearing or public input on this, we don't know what concerns adjacent property owners or residents in the area may have relative to noise, hours of operation, or the kind of non-permanent looking nature of a fabric structure that would be there permanently. So for those reasons, staff had recommended not approving the proceeding at their own risk. We have expedited this application we received on October 11th, and it is scheduled for the Plan Commission hearing on November 17th.
Right. Could I just ask who's ever in control to take down the screen share? Thank you. So anything else, Mr. Rodzinski?
Yeah, this is Jim Platt. I think our concern is, while we don't have a problem with the design or the Planning Commission, our concern is focused on whether this is truly a building addition. We are not proposing a permanent structure. The footings that are being put in are only allowing the plate of the feet of the structure to be bolted to it. Nothing is being encased inside the concrete. So this really isn't a permanent structure. And by the definition of building, we, as we showed on the screen, we don't qualify as a building, but rather an alteration. We think the confusion between two definitions for the same word is what's causing us problems, and that bared itself out in the Design Commission. Because we weren't being viewed as an alteration, we're being viewed as a building, as if we were putting a garage over there. It's not 4 solid walls and a solid roof. This is a temporary wall structure that are sides. They can be used, but we don't anticipate them being used for 80 or 90% of the year. This is an overhang canopy. The Design Commission's concern over the historical preservation was questioning to us, because in 2015, they did allow us to take out windows and put in garage doors that are fully operable. So we didn't see how a canopy was going to have a negative impact to this property that the garage doors, which was already approved by the Design Commission, already has on the building. Our concern is still whether or not two definitions for the same word is causing us problems.
All right, thank you, Mr. Platt. Well, just my 2 cents before I go to the board is, this is before us is what we've got is a request to proceed at own risk. And we haven't done a lot of these, as the village manager indicated, but the ones that I've done, I've always based it on whether or not the petitioner had a relatively good chance of succeeding with what they're requesting during the formal process. And I have a lot of concerns about what this is going to look like and what it'll do to our downtown. And so my initial reaction is I would not be in favor of this. And so this, to me, this is kind of an early review at the village board level. This proceed at own risk. And so those were my thoughts going forward. So Mr. Passman, did you have some legal advice before we go to the board?
I did, Mayor. Thank you, and good evening, everybody. I want to point out, as you noted, Mayor, what was stated on the agenda was seeking the board's direction on a proposed proceeded own risk request for this canopy. The property owner's presentation tonight struck a very different note, and really, from where I'm sitting, sounded like it was an appeal of sorts of the staff's determination under the zoning code. That type of a process, any kind of an appeal of a zoning determination, would not properly be before this board. Under both our village code and under state law, there is an appeals process that can be available to review determinations of the zoning code. Those go to our zoning board of appeals. I won't belabor this meeting with all of the details of how that works, but I did want to point out that to the extent that the request is now different than what was in the code, it is not properly before you, and I submit it would not be properly before you. That's something that would have to go to the zoning board. So I wanted to point that out for the benefit of the board.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Trustee Scaletta.
Thank you, Mayor. So this went very different than I anticipated and longer. So let me ask the first question. Has the petitioner officially withdrawn their request for this consideration?
For consideration this evening?
Yes.
We have, because when we were asked by the staff to put this forward, we were never notified by staff that they were not going to recommend it. If we had known that, that might have put us in a different position, but we weren't notified of that.
Okay. So in my opinion, I think we should move on with the meeting. I think that, I don't have enough information. I'm not understanding what I'm seeing in slides. I have questions for staff. I have, code to read. There's no way that I feel comfortable at this point discussing it any further. I understand that the petitioner is eager to move forward, but there seems to be a lot of history here, and I feel like there was a curveball thrown at us. I read a lot of information about a petition that we're going to review this evening, and I have not read anything other than a few things, or I've read a little bit about this request to move forward at your own risk. But beyond that, I don't know how I could give any direction to staff because I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying, but I haven't read anything to be able to agree with you or disagree with you. So it'd be unfair for me to say any more, other than that I just don't think that this is the right forum for us to be able to make a decision based on the limited amount of information that we're receiving, and it wasn't in advance. So I'm sorry. I wish I could help you more, but I know that time is of the essence on your side, but I'm not sure where to go with this.
All right, thanks, Trustee Scaletta. Trustee Canty.
I would echo Trustee Scaletta's comment, and it sounded almost as though maybe there was a motion to move forward or move on from this if the request has been withdrawn. And so if that was a motion or was a required motion, I second the motion that we move on and let this go through the regular process.
All right, there's a motion by Trustee, was it a motion, Trustee Scaletta?
I need to make an official motion if we're going to have a motion. I mean, I don't know that we need to have a motion. I think, Mr. Passman, can we just
Yeah, if it's
end the
just
discussion and move
withdrawn,
on?
if it's withdrawn, do we need a motion?
You don't, there's no motion required. This is on your agenda. You can take action if you like. If you choose to move on, then that's that. There will be no action taken tonight on the matter.
All right, Trustee Bertucci.
While we're here, I just would like, it seems like there's some miscommunication. So are we in the, I guess this would be for the petitioner, are you already in the permit process? Has this begun already? Just so that the parties can be.
we are in the permit process. We are actually gone through second corrections. We are actually nearing approval as an alteration for permit. The hiccups we're having would be with the designation by the design and planning out of the planning department.
Okay, so what do you need at this point? Do you need a classification, or what do you need to move forward?
I think we're looking for some help understanding better why one word in the between two different departments have two different definitions for the same word. That's causing, we think, confusion within the commission as well as they assess this project. We're ready to move forward. We continue to. We're not trying to rush through the project. We're just trying to understand if those commissions are getting the right information based on how the building department is judging the permit. And we're seeing a discrepancy between those.
So before we move on, I would just like to ask that we get commitment from staff to work with these people and to, even if it's a one-on-one with Charles and or Randy, and then we can move on. But I just hate to see miscommunication. I just would like to make sure we bring everybody to the table and talk.
All right, Mr. Recklouse.
Yeah, just to be clear, this is an alteration in the building permit process, 100%. But it requires additional action in the zoning code. There are a lot of times codes use the same words, but by it being an alteration, the building department does not negate its obligation in the zoning process. We've had a number of one-on-one meetings with Mr. Regency, and Mr. Platt, and both of them. We're happy to meet with them again and talk about this again. And so, I don't think there's any confusion on staff's part. Mr. Torres and Mr. Perkins are in accord on this in terms of what's required. And the permit currently is in stasis because it requires a zoning code approval. It's just two different codes, and they need to satisfy both. Because they happen to use the same word doesn't create any confusion. If the petitioner indicated last time we spoke that they were willing to put forward a zoning code application, and they understood that the fastest way for them potentially to get approved, because they were looking to get approval by November 8th, was to proceed at their own risk, and so we expedited that process. We're happy to work with them in any way that they can, that they're willing to. But if their issue is that they disagree with staff's interpretation of the zoning code, the proper venue for this is the Board of Zoning Appeals. I just want to make that clear. That's what, by law, they're required to do if that is what they're taking issue with.
Okay. Well, like I say, I sense frustration on both sides, quite honestly, and a sense of misunderstanding. So I just hope that can be resolved and that everybody tries to understand the other. Randy, there may not be any miscommunication amongst your staff and amongst the departments, but obviously there is miscommunication between you and between staff, the departments, and the petitioner. And I just hope that can be resolved.
Trustee Scaletta.
So two things. Number one, maybe staff can put together a memo so that I can better understand it. I don't want to speak for the rest of the board, but I'm understanding that there's some disagreement, but I don't know if there's a lack of communication or if there's just a disagreement in interpretation. And I think that that's what we need to get to. And I think that having a memo so that I can understand the issue, so that I can, let the petitioner know what I think of their arguments would go a long way to getting us further in this process. But right now, I'm still not understanding everything that we're talking about by one slide. I haven't even seen a photo of what the canopy would look like, and nor do I want to see it right now. I think that we were here for one thing, and we've gone off down a road that I was unaware we were taking.
All right, just to make clear, we're on good legal ground. Mr. Passman, the request to permit or to proceed at own risk has been withdrawn, and we're going to allow the petitioner to proceed through the normal process. Is that right?
That sounds fine, Mayor.
Yeah, okay. So hopefully that's clear to everybody. And with that, then, we will move on in the agenda. And in that regard, the only remaining item is the Shelter Inc. proposal for a special use permit for a shelter care home and parking variation for the property located at 207 and 209 East Valley Lane in the village of Arlington Heights. And I know the petitioner is present, and who will be the spokesperson?
Hi, Mayor Hayes, and hi, Village Board of Trustees. This is Karina Santamaria from Shelter Inc.
All right, welcome, Karina. And do you have a team with you that you'd like to introduce, or will you be making the presentation?
I do have a team, but I will be making the presentation. But so I'm Karina, and then I'll have everyone kind of go around and do introductions.
I'm John Stomper. I'm board president.
Okay, Karina, you're going to have to share your screen. We don't see you on video.
Oh.
Doesn't give us the option to. There you go.
There we go. We got you now.
Great, thank you. Sorry, we're just gonna pull everything up, get everything set up. Okay, and then can you just share the screen?
Okay, we'll share our screen now here.
Okay, great, thank you. So like I said, I'm Karina Santamaria. I am the Executive Director of Shelter Inc. and we'll go around and introduce everyone who is here with us tonight.
I'm John Stomper. I'm board president.
I'm Dula, Clinical Director. I'm Maria Zeller-Brower, Senior Director of Development.
Arlen Gould, volunteer.
David Bay, legal counsel.
Diana Morris, HR Specialist.
Thank you. So as you have heard, sorry, it's not flipping. Technology is great until it's not, so I'm sorry. Okay. So we are here tonight to talk about Shelter Inc., which has been in our community since 1975. We were founded by Paul Buchholz, who was an Arlington Heights police chief, and saw the need for our agency in our community to serve the residents of Arlington Heights. We have a foster care program. We do emergency housing for youth in crisis. We have a Healthy Families Child Abuse Prevention program. We have a youth experiencing homelessness program, a clinical program, and our transitional living program, which is what we're here to speak about tonight. Our transitional living program serves youth ages 17 and a half to 21 who are aging out of the foster care system, and they live with us to learn how to be independent adults. I am an Arlington Heights resident myself. I'm very proud to be able to speak about Transitional Living Program as well as Shelter Inc. And again, I want to say thank you for all of your time tonight. The Transitional Living Program is really important because it gives many of our young people something that they've never had, which is a real chance at a successful and independent life. We are only 1 in 21 programs in the state of Illinois that offer this program. We have had we have served 161 Arlington Heights residents in the last year, and currently in area codes 60004 and 60005, there are 35 kids in DCFS care in Arlington Heights that may need this program someday. Our transitional living program serves young people who have overcome abuse, abandonment, and neglect. We have credentialed on-site staff that enforces accountability. We are supervising these kids 24 hours a day. Even on the overnights, we have staff who are awake, who are trained, who have a crisis prevention intervention certification, and we are only one of 11 agencies in the state of Illinois who is what considered a Think Trauma agency through Northwestern University. So we have extensive training on how to work with our youth who may have experiences of trauma. We also strengthen our community by helping young residents become productive and independent adults. So why is Shelter Inc. and the TLP needed here in Arlington Heights? Young people in and around our community are facing many issues, and they're looking for an environment and a safe home environment. They want to be in our program, and they want to live in our transitional living program. In nearly 50 years since its founding, Shelter Inc. has improved and even saved the lives of thousands of children and families in need, especially in Arlington Heights. TLP is a 2-year voluntary program for young people, as I had mentioned. Our young people come and they apply to be a resident in our facility. They learn financial literacy, budgeting, how to cook, how to be an adult. They go to school. They are already attending schools in our community, and they're already employed in businesses that we work in that we go to every day. So you might see them already at our grocery stores or at our local restaurants that we all frequent. And TLP teaches these and other vital foundational lessons to these young people. And when they complete the program, they have the knowledge to sustain their independence and flourish as adults. We have over 75% of our kids who have aged out or who have graduated from our transitional living program that are living successfully in our communities. Our young people join our TLP because they want to have a successful adulthood. They want to be integrated into the community and live in an area that they're from. So the majority of our residents are coming from the suburbs around Arlington Heights. We have kids currently who are there who have come from Lake Forest and Palatine. Again, they are already part of the fabric of our community, and they attend our local schools, and they want to be good neighbors and coworkers and friends. So TLP helps make that a reality. I do want to share a story with you with one of our residents, Christian, who explains what his experience at our transitional living program has been like.
I got adopted over here. Didn't know where I was going to go. I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't really have much of a path to make right there. There was a single and I up to 18, but after that, I didn't know what resources that I could hold for myself, so I had no idea what I was going to do. Definitely overwhelmed, stressed, anxious, very lonely. With coming to the TLP, obviously all the skills, all the life skills that we've learned, I kind of felt relaxed when I heard about it. Like that stress was kind of really huge weight off my shoulders. Which is the whole point of this program. They don't want you stuck in the same place for a ton, and they want to teach you something and then build on after that. Learn a skill that we're going to build on. The environment, I love talking about the legal system, about law, it really clicked with me. Like it became a passion for me. So that's why I want to do law. And psychology is kind of an aspect of it that I think would benefit in the way in the courtroom. And I can have the goals that I want to have now because of TLP. I can think about things in high school and when we go to college. I can think about like what career path I want to do, go down, and be comfortable with my situation. And my future looks a lot different. 3 years ago, I don't think I would have a future. I had a future, no hope. Everyone here is just trying to move forward in life, and buying that house and moving to that house would be easier and better for us. We just want to finish high school and move out and get our own life started.
I hope that video worked for you, but if it didn't, it's one of our residents, Christian, who also wrote a letter to the village board just explaining his experience at our transitional living program and what would have happened to him if he didn't have us. So he was from Palatine and didn't have a place to live. And if it wasn't for our transitional living program, he wouldn't have an opportunity or someone who would be able to teach him to be integrated back within the community. And he attends our local schools, and he also works at our local businesses. So it is a really heartfelt story of how we've really made a change in his life. TLP is also effective in part because of its strong accountability measures. So our program has qualified and state accredited staff, again, who closely monitor the residents and enforce strict behavioral requirements. So for example, our staff enforces a midnight curfew, and any of the young people who are not back by that are required to have a call to DCFS and the local police as part of our strict requirements. They have a road to independence. They have to have at least $500 in their bank account at all times, meaning that they must maintain a job and learn how to budget carefully in order to remain in the program. And TLP participants also understand the real life consequences they face if they do not comply and may be asked to leave. So they want this personal responsibility and they look forward to the milestones that they can reach. Our staff meets with them bi-weekly to talk about the goals that they have in the program and how they're doing. They have access to our therapists that they can talk to at any time. And they also have a case manager to help them navigate the program as well. We've already been here in Arlington Heights since 2012, and we've already been here and doing our job successfully in Arlington Heights. But we now need a new home with more space and more modern safety features. So that is why we are asking for the move to 207 and 209 East Valley. And this will allow for more young people who are facing extreme difficulty to live in an environment that helps them overcome these challenges and become independent. As I mentioned before, we are only 1 in 21 that offers this program. So it is a very vital program and something that Arlington Heights should be very proud that we're able to offer in our community. Finding a new home is really important, but just so that you are all aware, again, we have a ratio of 1 to 6 youth. So we have 1 staff to every 6 members. We are asking for a request up to 12 kids. We would not be having that request right away. We are dedicated and focused on just moving the 6 that we have in our home currently, and then seeing how it goes and readjusting, but also knowing that there is a need in our community for this program. We would like to know that there is an option to extend to 12 if needed. Our current practice at the existing TLP site calls for 2 residents per bedroom, and this helps with socialization. And this also allows accredited Shelter Inc. staff to closely monitor our residents in their home environment. So safety is our #1 priority at TLP, and we take no chances for safety of our young people and our neighbors in our community. We enforce strict behavioral guidelines. We communicate with other agencies in the area to help with whatever our youth may need. And we also take the health and well-being of our young people seriously, and that is why we may have to call the police if needed. So roughly 90% of the police calls that have been for curfew violations or mental health checks and other non-criminal reasons. In the past 5 years, our police calls have been down 75%. So we have worked extensively on our own screening tools and on our interviewing tools on who is allowed to come into our program. None of our youth have criminal backgrounds. None of them are registered sex offenders. I think that's something that's oftentimes misconstrued when we talk about our program. None of that is true. Our kids, again, are voluntarily wanting to be placed here and do interview to come to our location. We also paid for a third-party group to go to do a survey in Arlington Heights, and they surveyed the entire village. It was 501 people who responded to our survey, and Arlington Heights residents are very supportive of Shelter Inc., and they're also very supportive of the move of TLP. So 54% of the residents that were surveyed strongly support Shelter Inc.'s new TLP moving to this new home. And after learning more about the positives and concerns, support for the move actually increased. Shelter also enjoys strong support in our neighboring communities. We have decades of knowledge and expertise in operating group homes and emergency shelters in other communities. We have a group home in Schaumburg, as well as one in Palatine. As you can see from this picture, this is the backyard of our home in Palatine. It is right in a residential area. We have many neighbors around us who support us in the work that we do. The girls' home was actually donated by the village of Schaumburg and is undergoing renovation at their expense. And the current and former mayors of Schaumburg are both longtime supporters of Shelter Inc. We also would make sure that the home on Valley Lane, we would take the time to make sure that we update all of it and it would look great in the community in Arlington Heights. Mayor Hayes often says Arlington Heights is the village of good neighbors, and I strongly believe that too as an Arlington Heights resident, and supporting this move and embracing the young people of TLP will help Arlington Heights positively impact our next generation and make sure that we are the community of good neighbors. Okay, question.
All right, Ms. San. Okay. I assume you're not done.
All right, sorry, we're having issues on
No, okay, no, don't worry. You want us to stop sharing? Because our presentation, this is the end of our presentation.
Okay, yeah, I saw the question screen, and so I just want to make sure you're done with your formal presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. I would then go to our planning department, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'll just share my screen here. Just walk through the request. So Shelter Inc. is requesting a special use to allow a shelter care home at the property on Valley Lane. They're also seeking two variations. The first is a variation to not provide the traffic and parking study that's required by code, and then the second is a variation to have less off-street parking spaces than are required by code. And based upon their request for an occupancy of 12 with 2 staff, the variation would be to reduce the required parking from 10 spaces to 2 spaces. That does change if the occupancy is lower. So the process that they've gone through to date, they had 2 meetings with the Conceptual Plan Review Committee. That's a subcommittee of the Plan Commission. They met initially at the end of May. The subcommittee had concerns about some of the calls for service that were presented and asked for more details, which were provided in June. The petitioner then held a neighborhood meeting, and then there were 2 Plan Commission public hearings, the first one on September 22nd and the second one on October 20th. So the property is located on Valley Lane. It's the second house east of Arlington Heights Road, just north of North Point Shopping Center. The property is zoned R6 on the south side of the street. That's an R6 moderate density residential. Everything on the north side of Valley Lane and north of that is zoned R3, which is a single family detached dwelling residential neighborhood. This is the Platter survey. It's looks like a single family home from the exterior, concrete patio in the rear and shed, and it does back up to the bank at North Point. The floor plan, it's a 2-unit stacked unit. So the first floor on the left has a garage that will be modified with adding some common areas and storage. And then behind the garage is an existing storage area that would be converted to office, along with laundry and other utility infrastructure. Access to the building can be from the side by the garage or from the front. And then the first floor unit is the larger unit, has 3 bedrooms, a living room, dining room, and kitchen and bathroom facilities. On the right, you'll see the second floor, which is accessed through the stairs, and it has its own separate entrance into the unit and is a smaller 3-bedroom unit. So the special use criteria, these are the 3 criteria. The first, that the special use is deemed necessary for the public convenience at this location. The second is that it will not under any circumstances be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the vicinity. And then thirdly, that the special use would comply with the regulations, meaning the zoning code regulations or any stipulations and conditions that were granted as part of approval, should the board consider that. So when looking at this, we looked at 3 primary criteria in analyzing this request. First was density, the number of units, 12 plus 2 staff for a total of 14. How did that relate to a typical occupancy of units in the neighborhood. Second, the police calls for service, and then third, traffic and parking. So on the density, we didn't count the overlap of the staff at shift changing, but there are 3 shifts per day. We looked at the census data in this particular track, and owner-occupied units, on average, occupancy is 3.67 persons per unit, and rental occupancy is 4 persons per unit. These 2 units with the 2 staff would be at 7 per unit. So we had some concerns about the density in these 2 units. Then looking at the police calls for service initially, it was looked at, we took a look at the existing location at 397 Gulf Road. Initially, the police department provided 10 years of data, which had 553 calls for service. A large percentage, 65% of those were for runaway missing person calls. After some further analysis, that was broken down by the police department. What you see here is the last 5 full years of calls for service. So the calls have gone down on an annual basis, but then have gone up again in 2018, 19, and 20. So that 5-year comparison was also looked at in comparison with 13 group homes that we have in the community, and is 150% higher than the average group home, which had over that time, 5-year time period, had 8 calls for service on average. The highest group home had 25 calls for service during that 5-year time period. I do want to add that the calls for service to date are 6 for 5 incidents. One incident was called in and then called in again a second time, and that was how it was recorded by the police department. And then, as you can see on the bottom, it's broken out by the 6 major call categories. 21.6% of those calls over 5 years were criminal. Missing persons was 29.9%. That was the highest percentage. We also took a look at the data from the other communities that were referenced. The police department reached out to Palatine and Schaumburg. Their facilities are a little bit different. The one in Palatine, their ages are younger age groups, 11 to 17. In Palatine, it's males only, and also the configuration of the building is a little bit different with 5 bedrooms, and their capacity is 8. And you can see the data on the calls for service, which are lower than the ones that were experienced at the Gulf Road location. Police department gathered data again from Schaumburg, different age group category again, 11 to 17 younger age group. The females at that location, 5 bedrooms with a capacity of 6. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the comparable data for the Arlington Heights location, which has 3 bedrooms and a capacity of 6, but the older age group and experiencing higher call volume. We also took a look at proximity of the 2 locations. The existing location on the right is on Gulf Road. It has access to commercial shopping areas for employment. It's insulated by office and commercial to the west, south, east, and northeast. And the nearest residential home is across Gulf Road, 315 feet away. It also has easy access to Pace fixed bus route, and also Pace call and ride. The current location has no Pace service and no access to Pace call and ride. The nearest Pace bus system, I believe, is about 1.5 miles away. That's Pace route 234 and 604 at Buffalo Grove Road and Hints Road. The parking variations that are needed, staff had no concern about granting or recommending the variation for doing the actual study. Also, we were not concerned about the variation on the actual parking spaces themselves, as there is a commitment to that the residents would not have vehicles, so it would be predominantly the staff vehicles, and then ride share primarily at this location for picking up and dropping off residents in the area. We are concerned about the lack of public transportation at this location as a hindrance to those residing being able to access where they need to get to. We did, even though we didn't require a traffic study, we did look at the accident data since 2016 at the intersection of Vale Lane and Arlington Heights Road. And as you can see, not counting for COVID 2020 and 2021, the highest accident data was in 2018 and 19, with 7 and 6 accidents at that intersection. And so that was not viewed as being overly problematic. Obviously, we'd like to see 0 accidents, but it didn't trigger the need to request a full traffic study. Just so the board's aware, because there is a recommendation from the Plan Commission for a maximum of 6 residents, that would require a smaller parking variation, as illustrated in the bottom chart. 5 spaces would be required, 2 are provided, so the variation would be 3 under that scenario. So in the reports, there were 3 options that were outlined for Plan Commission and the board to consider. One would be to approve the special use permit as requested, and to do that, there would need to be a finding that the request conforms with the special use criteria, and the calls for service would not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of those residing or working in the neighborhood, and the lack of public transportation would not be detrimental either. The second option would be to deny the special use request with a finding that not all of the special use criteria has been met, and the calls for service could be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the neighborhood and those working within the vicinity. The Police Department and Staff Development Committee felt that with doubling the occupancy, you could expect an increase in the calls for service. It remains to be seen whether that would be the case or not. And then that the proposed location without public transportation is not necessary for the public convenience. So that would be the second option. The third option would be to approve the special use permit with restrictions and find that occupancy limits with 1 resident per bedroom and 6 residents maximum would help alleviate some of the calls for service, and that the special use criteria would be met and the facility would not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of those living within and working within the area, and that the occupancy limits would serve to protect the neighborhood, and that the transportation could be accommodated through other means beyond regular public transportation. So the Staff Development Committee really agonized over this recommendation. We acknowledge the important role that sheltering provides to those in need. However, we could not find that the special use criteria had been met for the requested 12 occupant load and could not support the request. We did recommend an alternate option should the Plan Commission and the Village Board concur, and that option's outlined here, primarily restricting the 2 units to a maximum of 1 individual per bedroom for a maximum of 6 residents, with 1 in each bedroom, plus the staff and counselors, and then a requirement of 1 staff for every 6 residents, and then other conditions dealing with screening procedures and compliance with the Transitional Living Program handbook. So that was presented to the Plan Commission, and on September 22nd, they had a lengthy public hearing. At the end of that evening, a vote was made, and it was a 4-4 tie vote to recommend approval. That tie vote means it's a failed vote. And so according to the Village Code and state law, the Plan Commission had 30 days to conclude their decision and debate on the matter before that it would be presented to the Village Board. So the full Plan Commission, having all 9 members present, met again on October 20th. And that time, the Plan Commission recommended approval of the modified condition that recommendation that I just outlined with a 5-4 vote. And so it comes before you with the recommendation from the Plan Commission with that 5-4 vote. And again, that is the restriction on the occupancy of the units and those other conditions that I just briefly referenced. And then that concludes the presentation. I will stop the screen share and be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Perkins. And just to confirm, the Plan Commission recommendation that was 5-4 ultimately approved was verbatim the modified recommendation that the staff made. Is that right?
That is correct, Mayor, yes.
Right, okay, thanks. And I just wanted to confirm, because I think it is critical, at least in my mind, that the original request was for up to 12 individuals in this sheltered care facility, and the ultimate approval was for 6, which is obviously half. My question to staff and I guess Mr. Passman would be, what would be required for the petitioner to allow anything more than 6 to be housed in this unit? Even 7, I'm not saying going all the way up to 12, but anything more than 6, what would they need to do to get approval for that?
I'll take a stab at it from a legal basis, Mayor, and Director Perkins can weigh in from a planning perspective. Legally, the board could, if you are inclined to ultimately approve an ordinance that grants this relief, you could set conditions for that or a procedure for that if you so choose. In the absence of any specific procedure that the board may impose, and assuming there were a provision that capped residency at 6, then my gut would be that they would have to come back at a later date to amend the special use permit to increase the number.
Right, so it would be another special use hearing, basically.
In the absence of any condition by the board that laid out a different process, that's correct.
Right. And I guess that's my point, is that I'd really like to see another hearing if that is the will of the board to concur with the Plan Commission recommendation, that we don't want to see additional individuals being added to this without another hearing. And so that would be, I just want to confirm that that is the requirement, unless we do something else with the motion. But all right, that's my only questions at this point. So I go then to the board first. What we plan to do, just for the audience education, we'll go back to the board now for initial questions, and then we'll go to the audience for comment. And I do intend, as we did with the recent Crescent Place hearing, intend to provide a full and fair opportunity for all individuals to speak for a full 3 minutes. And if it takes us more than one night, it takes us more than one night. But certainly love to get it done tonight, if at all possible, for everybody's best interests. And so right now we're going to go to the village board for questions or comments. Trustee Scaletta.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Karina, for your presentation. And also for the tour of not only the Arlington Heights location, but also the Schaumburg location. I've actually been to the Arlington Heights location prior because I was working with a bunch of scouts who donated a basketball hoop at that location. They assembled it and put that up. Want to make sure that I go on record that everybody's aware that I've been a supporter of Shelter for a long time, attended their balls, I've been a donor. I worked with groups that supported Shelter. So regardless of my vote today, I am a supporter of Shelter. And doesn't mean I've decided how I'm voting one way or the other, but just kind of want to put that on the record. You know, and I think that, you know, the petitioner, you know, must appreciate the concerns of the residents, and that these aren't trivial concerns, and these aren't just all based on what ifs. I think that, you know, facts of police calls, also like just even the turnover of the young men that'll be at the home, that they'll be there for several years and then they'll move on and then somebody else would come there. So I don't think that these are NIMBYs. I think that they're real concerns, and I think that they need to be addressed as we go through this meeting. At the same time, I think that the residents need to be appreciative of the mission of Shelter. Shelter has been doing a lot of good work in our community at this one location on Gulf Road, but then outside of that with all the other opportunities that they provide young people who find themselves in situations that are no fault of their own. These are people that were born into this world and have not had a great opportunity to be, at some point were abused or neglected And many times they find loving homes, but then there's a transition. And what we, as a community or as a society, we don't want to just throw these people out of homes and onto the street because we're only going to increase our homeless population. I have a couple of questions for Karina, just to clarify some of the concerns of the residents, also some for myself, and also something that Charles had mentioned. So one of the first questions I had for you is that some people are reporting that shelter is seeking employees, part-time employees that have not received a degree. I know that's something that we discussed, Karina, when I went for my tour, was that your staff are highly trained and educated. And now all of a sudden I'm hearing something different. And I just wanted to give you this opportunity to kind of clear the record.
Our staff, especially in our transitional living program, there is a requirement for a bachelor's degree and also a minimum age to be 25 years old. They then do a week-long orientation where they're trained on all things of trauma, kids who have suffered grief and loss, how we work with youth and adolescents in general, what that typical development looks like. Then we add our CPR and CPI training, as well as some other things. So our staff is highly trained. We at times do allow for people with high school diplomas to work on our overnight shifts, and that is if we are short-staffed. But it is preferred, and mostly all of our staff in the agency does have a bachelor's degree.
So public transportation, obviously identified by Charles, identified by myself. So aside from work, many of these young men go to school. So how do they find their way to school? What's the transportation like for them to get to school?
Sure. So because they are within DCFS custody, they have the ability to get free transportation to school. So the state pays for the transportation to the school district, so to Fremd or Hersey, or to Rolling Meadows High School. And then when it comes to, if they go to Harper or other local community colleges, that college also pays for the transportation to the McKinney-Vento Liaison Act, so all transportation is paid for. In addition to your point of employment, the reason why the location on Valley Lane is so critical is because it is in walking distance to many places that they can be employed at. Many of our youth are already employed at Jewel or McDonald's or Staples, and so they can actually just transfer to the one closer to the location. And if they are not employed there, they can go and walk at a different location as well. They also receive $110 in money every month just for transportation, so most of them use Uber if needed. Our staff also provides transportation if needed.
While there probably is more opportunities up north, there are plenty of opportunities, I would say, on the south side. I mean, within walking distance even. So while I think that there's more opportunities up north, I think that there are sufficient opportunities on the south side. But I can appreciate the willingness to want to provide more variety. So why do you think that the police calls have declined this year versus the past couple of years?
Yeah, so I'm happy you bring up the police calls. I think the context of the police calls is very important as well, not just necessarily the number. So for every missing person report, that's technically 2 calls, one for when they are there and one for when they return. So really the police calls can also be cut in half. Also, if we look at how they dropped this year, I think it's because we've increased our screening tools. We've also now have access to all of their historical data within the DCFS system. So previous to 2020, we didn't get that historical data. Now, when our clinical director interviews our youth, she's able to see all historical data and ask questions on anything that she thinks would be a trigger, or maybe that youth may not be appropriate for a program. So she absolutely looks for anything like from gang involvement to history of aggression, or again, criminal charges. Those are all reasons why the clinical team would ask for to decline a youth at our program.
Okay. I mean, because you're definitely headed in the right direction. But I can understand why residents would be concerned. I mean, even if, I mean, that was only one of the categories was a missing person. And so there were other categories that were there as well. So I don't know that we can completely cut them in half. Maybe you can cut that category in half if it's one call that they're missing, one call that they've been found safely. Would you agree with that?
I would, but if you look at, so I've looked at the other phone calls, and the calls that may be considered higher level are calls within the home. So there's no threat to the community. It could be one resident arguing with another. One call was because 5 video games went missing, and a youth was upset and felt that he needed to call the police on the other youth. So again, it's calls that are not necessarily a threat to the community, and as staff, we're able to now intervene more as well with our heightened training. So I think that definitely is a reason why the calls have decreased this year. All of the residents that are currently in the facility have never had any police contact.
Okay. So how does the youth, right now they're in an area that's primarily commercial or an office. So there's really no engagement with anybody outside of, there's no engagement with the surrounding area. Their engagement is with the people in the home, going to work, going to school, and then friends that they have, correct?
Correct.
So
I would say being engaged in school and also at work is being engaged in your community. I guess I would argue that.
I'll agree with you on that. But my question comes down to, you're now looking at putting a similar group home in a residential neighborhood. So there are neighbors on each side, there's neighbors across the street. How do they assimilate into that neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, so the places that those kids came from are replicated. So we're replicating that, right? So again, one of our youth is coming from Lake Forest. He's saying, I grew up in a residential area. I grew up with neighbors. This is what I grew up with, and I deserve to also continue to grow up that way. And that's what we think for our youth. They're able to live next to people because that is, basic human rights. They're able to be integrated in our community.
I don't disagree. I mean, I think that you're trying to give them life lessons by teaching them how to do their own laundry and cook and manage their finances. I guess from like a neighborhood standpoint or a neighbor, I think about like my neighbors. I have an elderly neighbor that lives next door, and I'm imagining what would it be like if there was a group home next to her? Mm-hmm. How would she assimilate? How would they work? How would they assimilate? Because what you don't want is that you have a home there, they're just coming and going, and the only activity other than coming and going that the neighbors might see is a police officer showing up. Mm-hmm. So you can I can kind of see why a neighbor would be concerned, because right now there is no neighborhood that they're specifically in. They're really kind of in a commercial area. They're really kind of set aside from a residential area specifically, where they don't have neighbors that are single family home or even multifamily homes. And so I'm just trying to figure out, I think that one of the challenges that shelter has is they have to find a way that, if this did go through, how do they find a way to make sure that they are good stewards in the community? Not only, I'm sure that they'll be happy to be there, but that they just don't seem so distant to the other neighbors. I guess it's kind of like any neighbor moving into a neighborhood, but you have 6 people that all have their own ideas of their goals and aspirations. And I guess I'm just trying to find a way to understand how they fit in without the neighbors just seeing negative things that they don't like.
Sure. We've had many people in the Ivy Hill neighborhood call us and say that we want to be there when you move in, and we want to help support you, and we welcome that. We want to be good neighbors. One of the police calls that's being marked against us for this year is us seeing a suspicious car in not even on our property, but somewhere else. That's us being a good neighbor saying, hey, something's not right here. You know, there's a cracked window in a car and a person there. Let's make sure everyone's okay. We welcome being good neighbors. We want our youth to help with snow shoveling. I know Arlington Heights is looking for people who want to help volunteer. We would love to do that. Our girls' home and our boys' home, they went trick-or-treating yesterday with all of the neighbors. They live a normal life in our emergency group homes. So we know how to integrate our youth within the neighborhoods. I would say our Schaumburg and Palatine location, the neighbors are very supportive of what we do, and we have no problem integrating in those communities. And so I don't think we'll have a problem here as well.
Okay. I think the difference between the Schaumburg and Palatine locations is that these youth are still growing up, and they don't have the challenges of you know, really kind of living on their own. I mean, while there is, you know, definitely supervision and there's guidance and there's therapy, and you guys have a lot of people there to help. I think the challenges of the young men are a little bit different than the challenges of the young ladies and young men in Schaumburg and Palatine, in that they're still so young and going to school. Not to say that these young men wouldn't be going to school, but that's really their primary focus. So, and there wasn't a question there. I just kind of wanted to point that out. I would say that I think that that buying the property, I would say to the residents, buying the property showed a commitment by Shelter, that they really believed in it, because originally there was a contingency, and then the buyer said, you know what, we're not going to stick around for the contingency. So I saw that as a commitment by Shelter. On the other hand, if I'm a resident, I'm saying to Shelter, you know, it looks funny to us. It looks like, you know, you're buying the property. This is a done deal. The fix is in. The resident, we're not going to have any say. And so I really am have struggled with all of this, because I really do see both sides of this. Love your mission, but I also love our residents, and I can appreciate their concern. Some of them are based on facts. Some of them are based on the unknown fears that they might have. You know, it's interesting, and I'm not going to get all religious on everybody, but yesterday's gospel was, you know, about loving your neighbor as yourself. And I look at it like, you know, are we talking about loving your neighbor as yourself as these young men who are trying to make sure that they can move forward in this world and be guided with somebody who's going to set them off on a good path? Or am I also thinking about, you know, loving my neighbor like yourself, being the residents who are our neighbors? But I think we're talking about everybody. But it was just giving me a lot of opportunity to reflect yesterday after church. And I guess, you know, Charles, the question for you I have is, if this is not the right property, what is the right property? I mean, I'm just not sure, you know, where we put a transitional home like this if this isn't the right place.
I hear you. That's a challenging question, Trustee Scaletta, one that we struggled with. We would look at it, and I'm sure Shelter Inc. did look at it this way. You know, what are the areas that are proximity to walking distance to fixed bus route and call and ride? What areas also have, you know, the economic areas for, you know, jobs for these young men? So starting looking at that, I think it's a challenge to find a location for 12 residents and 2 staff. You know, we viewed that more as kind of like a small dormitory, small apartment. You know, maybe something along the lines of Hart's Place. Hart's Place is an 18-unit apartment building, a little bit bigger. I think half of those units are 1-bedroom and half are 2 bedrooms. So, you know, it's kind of like a half size of a Hart's Place, really. And that's a different setting than a single family home in a single family neighborhood. There are a couple of possibilities that came to mind. At on Gulf Road, there was a long vacant single story residential building at the southwest corner of Golf Road and Gobert Road. I'm not sure whether the site's available anymore. We've had different uses being proposed there. It is residential in nature. It's kind of on the fringe, so it's close by. It's right on the frontage on Golf Road. Potentially that is a location. Even looking out of my window here, like a picket fence type building that's on Arlington Heights Road. It's a residential home. There could be some insulation from the residents that live there without having, any, negative impacts on the neighborhood. For us, it boiled down to kind of the density and the number of units, number of residents being proposed, in this particular location. So I'm not sure I've answered your question, Trustee Scaletta. We struggled with this particular project, and I'm not afraid to admit that it's been a struggle, this one.
Well, I don't think I would be having such a problem with the decision on this one if we were really talking about 12. I mean, in my mind, I'm talking about 6. I just don't see. I would need to see proof that 12 would work. I mean, I think that 6 in this residential neighborhood is going to have to be something that you have to be proven to me that it's working, the assimilation is working, that the police calls remain down, and that there is some way that staff of shelter finds a way to fit into the neighborhood with the residents. And so that's kind of my initial thoughts. I'm kind of eager to hear from our residents as well, but I at least wanted to kind of get out my initial thoughts because like everybody on this board, I know this has been one of those issues that we have read a lot of information and hundreds of emails, both pro and con, and and then if I can just tell people out there, if you're going to send us an email and then ask us to read into the record, just do one or the other, because I'm now going to listen to our clerk read for an hour all the emails that I've already read. So just for the future, if I could just put that out there, thank you. I have no further questions at this time, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Trustee Scaletta. Anything else from the board at this time before we go to the audience? All right, I'm not seeing any other hands from the board, and so we will go to the audience at this time. And so I would echo the comments of Trustee Scaletta. We do have about 52, I believe the number is 52 approximately, comments that have been submitted in advance of the meeting that will be read into the record by our village clerk after we hear from people who want to speak live. But if you did submit a comment in advance, we don't want you to speak twice, just to be fair to everybody. Your comments will be read into the record, and so you can be assured that you will be heard that way. But we don't want you to get 2 bites at the apple for everybody's time concerns. And so we appreciate your cooperation on that. And so we will now go to the audience, and I will call on one individual and say who will be next, so you can be prepared to go. And so hold on one second. First individual, and let me remind everybody, you do have a 3-minute time limit. As I indicated earlier, we're going to give you a full and fair opportunity to utilize all 3 minutes, but if you just want to say, please vote in favor of, or please oppose, that would be helpful as well. Or just you echo the comments of the previous speaker, something like that. But you will have a full and fair opportunity to be heard. So with that, the first individual is Keith Moons, and then next would be Beth Arnold. Mr. Moons.
Thank you. Thank you, President Hayes. If I may, I'd just like to direct my comments to my neighbors and friends at Ivy Hill. As far as I'm concerned, please understand that if Shelter's application is approved tonight, you're not alone in being responsible for Shelter Inc. If the Board of Trustees approves Shelter, that means that this is a total Arlington Heights community-wide commitment for the success of Shelter. I understand your concerns, and if any of the problems that you fear in Ivy Hill, my neighbors up there, please come right back to this board, and as a community, we'll fix those problems. But my guess is that you will not have to return to the board for any of your concerns. I would ask, and knowing Ivy Hill, I would ask that Ivy Hill go about doing what they do best, and that is setting an example of what a great neighborhood is all about. We know that setting a good example is the best teacher out there. These kids will see firsthand what it is to be part of a productive and stable neighborhood, and hopefully, and I think they will, internalize those values. They'll in the end become a part of our community, and I hope they raise their families and live and work here. I would ask that the Board of Trustees approve the application for Shelter Inc. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moons. Next is Beth Arnold and then Sandra Lynn Burso.
Can you hear me?
We got you, Beth. Go ahead.
Okay. The decision that is before you this evening has nothing to do with Shelter Inc.'s work, but rather everything to do with a special use variance that will irreparably alter and damage our neighborhood. Do not allow those pushing the false narrative that we are against giving these adults a second chance obscure the actual sole issue, that the Valley Lane location is in no way suitable for this variance. The Staff Development Committee did not support the proposed special use for a sheltered care facility at the Valley Lane location, which must weigh heavily on your decision. The Plan Commissioners chose to disregard that recommendation, instead basing their one-vote majority decision on the emotion of Shelter Inc.'s mission rather than the criteria of this special use request. I am urging you, our elected officials, to hear our concerns and base your decision on the pertinent facts rather than emotions that have no place in this deliberation. Here are three of the many reasons to vote against the special use request. Number one, the detrimental change to the characteristic of our residential neighborhood. This is a neighborhood of single-family homes. Over 450 residents from the adjacent properties with an average of 22 years of residency have signed a petition imploring you to not grant this special use request. We keep asking, why Valley Lane? There are so many other appropriate options in this area, including pursuing possible subdivision of purchasing of Shelter Inc.'s current location. Number two, the precedent that would be set. If this duplex is allowed to be used as a shelter, that opens the door for all duplexes to be viewed as available for such special uses. Those of us who chose to live in this area did so believing that we were purchasing homes in a residential area per its zoning label. And number three, the negative impact on property values. According to multiple real estate groups across the country, the presence of a homeless or transitional shelter is one of the 10 worst things that can happen to a neighborhood, resulting in a decline in property values between 7 and 12%, property value that the village would not be able to collect tax revenue on. The staff development report stated the reason the shelter hadn't had a negative impact on the neighbors to date is that there are really no residential neighbors. It is currently located in a commercial area. So in conclusion, it is us, the residents in proximity to 207, 209 Valley, who will bear the burden of the risks and negative impact on the character of the neighborhood, the likelihood of future special use zoning changes, and the decrease in property values, unless you vote no this evening. We entrusted you with the power to make the decisions that are in the best interest of those who live right here. We are taxpayers, voters, homeowners, and the needs of the over 450 residents in opposition must take precedence in this decision. Thank you for your time.
All right, thanks, Ms. Arnold. Next is Sandra Lynn Burso, and then I'm going to butcher this name, unfortunately, Vaibhav Agrawal. Sandra Lynn, are you there?
I'm sorry, I thought you had unmuted me.
Okay, we got you.
Okay. I'm a resident here in Arlington Heights, and as I've learned about this program, I've been so impressed with the staff of the Transitional Living program. They are true professionals, and their commitment of the residents, I think, speaks to a good outcome for them becoming part of these neighborhoods. The value of the program is obvious to the people who are part of it, but I think there's also a great value to us in our village. I think it's an opportunity for us to stand up for the people who need our help and need our support. Welcoming this group speaks to who we are and as a community, and I hope you'll grant this variation. Thank you so much for everyone's hard work, and obviously the board has taken a lot of time on this, and it speaks well to the board. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Burso. It looks like our NDEC person dropped off, and so the next would be Dennis. And Dennis, if you could just give us your last name, and then Karine Fior.
Hi, can you hear me?
We gotcha.
Hi, my name is Dennis Petrusper, and I'm an Ivy Hill resident. So I do not support the move of this shelter to my neighborhood. I don't think moving this program to a home so close to a school in an area filled with young families is a good idea. We do not want these individuals causing disturbances in our neighborhood. With the amount of previous criminal calls that have been taking place, this would really shake up our quiet community. I also wonder why the program did not give us any information about their juvenile records. Yeah, they don't have criminal records, but we would like to know if they had anything when they were juvies. This location for the home is not right for them when it comes to public transportation, as already been stated. They need to be in a location with bus routes, trains, so that they can get around. They said they give them a stipend of $100 a month for Uber. Have they checked the prices on Ubers nowadays? They're over $60 to go pretty much anywhere. They need a location that would suit them best. The current location, not in a residential area, is where they should be. They need things to do, such as movie theaters, bowling alleys, things so that they won't get bored. If they are in this residential area with nothing to do, all they're going to do is start to look at other things to do with their time, and that could cause problems in our community. I urge you guys to please not let this pass. We moved to this neighborhood to raise our families, and that's what we want to do peacefully. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Dennis. Next is Karine, and then Matthew Black.
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening. My name is Karine Fiore, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Arlington Heights, Mount Prospect, Buffalo Grove, where I currently serve as vice president. I am also the parent of 4 teenagers attending high school in District 214 and the CEO of a local nonprofit providing speech, language, and advocacy services across Chicagoland. We primarily serve under-resourced children of color, many of whom are in foster care and caught up in the school to confinement pipeline. So, while I am here on behalf of League, I am speaking to you as a stakeholder and an SME on multiple levels. I am here tonight to urge you to vote yes to approve Shelter Inc.'s request for the special use permit application to expand its transitional living home. It is the right thing to do for many reasons, but I will highlight 3. First, it is consistent with the village's own policy of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Specifically, the village's position statement includes the following language. Diversity in Arlington Heights means respecting and welcoming all individuals with diverse backgrounds, experiences, perspectives, and cultures to include, but not limited to, each individual's culture, nation of origin, race, religion, ethnicity, age, gender, sexual orientation, and gender identity and ability. Certainly, at-risk youth who have faced struggles that many of us are too fortunate to imagine would fall within this definition of quote-unquote individuals with diverse backgrounds, experiences, and perspectives. Denying this request to continue and improve an established life-changing program for these at-risk youth is inconsistent with the village's position statement and the spirit of inclusion that it is meant to foster. Approving this request and enabling Shelter Inc. to move forward with a new space will support the mission of Arlington Heights to be a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive community. Second, we need more units like this in Arlington Heights, not fewer. As you know, League strongly supports access to a basic level of care for all residents, especially our most vulnerable. Shelter Inc. has established policies and procedures to support the young residents of its transitional living home to succeed, despite all the odds against them. As a community, we owe it to our youth to support this incredibly worthwhile program. Finally, We are supposed to be good neighbors in Arlington Heights. Good neighbors don't act out of fear, but help and support each other. Concerns expressed are not a reason to deny this permit for an expansion of a successful program run by a long-established agency with a strong track record of success. Voting yes will help give more at-risk youth a better life. If we turn our backs on them by voting no, they may become statistics despite the significant investments made in their future. As a representative of League and as a mother wishing for her teenagers to come of age in a community that welcomes everyone, I urge you to please vote yes to approve Shelter Inc.'s request for their special use permit to expand this important program. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Corrine. Next is Matthew Black and then Alvarado.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening, and thank you for letting me be heard. I intend to be very brief in speaking. I'm a 23-year resident of the Ivy Hill neighborhood. First off, let me say that there is no debate or opposition as to the mission and work of Shelter Inc. However, there are a few points I would like to touch on to voice my opposition to special zoning for the location on Valley Lane. First and foremost is the close proximity to Ivy Hill Elementary School on Valley Lane and Burke Drive. Every morning, there are large amounts of elementary school children walking to school east on Valley Lane in extreme close proximity to 207-209 East Valley Lane. In the afternoons after school, these same children are walking back home west on Valley Lane, again within close proximity to 207-209 Valley Lane. Also, for the Thomas Middle School and Buffalo Grove High School, there are bus stops up and down Valley Lane every morning. There are students everywhere. The residents at this location will be transient with a certain amount of frequently moving in or moving out. For these reasons alone, I feel this zone variance should be rejected. Another point I would like to raise is that I feel the immediate residents of Ivy Hill who will be the most affected by this decision should be the primary group the board considers when making its decision. I have seen numerous postings by Shelter Inc. on Facebook urging people to write letters in support. This should not come down to a letter writing campaign on who gets the most letters. The recommendations of someone who lives in South Arlington Heights or not even in Arlington Heights at all should carry considerable less weight, if it should even carry any weight at all, than the impacted residents of Ivy Hill. The fact that more than 450 signatures opposing the zoning variance were collected from households within 1/2 of a mile of 207-209 East Valley Lane is something I feel the board needs to strongly take into account. In closing, I would like to repeat that there is no debate or opposition to the mission or work of Shelter Inc. However, I do not believe it should be in a residential neighborhood of single-family homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Next is listed as Alvarado. Could you just give us your full name, please? And then Christina Crucius is next.
Yeah, this is Michael Alvarado. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Michael.
Great, thank you. I'm a resident of Ivy Hill. I have been for 10 years. I'm an attorney in the neighborhood. I just wanted to echo two things that have been said before in opposition to this. So the first is, under these specific terms that were given to us for special use approval criteria, that such case will not, under any circumstances of the particular case, be detrimental to the health or safety of persons residing in the vicinity. I think based on the terms given to us, I don't think the board can approve this, based on the statistics. It sounds like we know there will be crime. It sounds like it's higher than other homes that it was compared to earlier. So under any circumstances, I think, puts this as something the board can't, or at least shouldn't do. And the second thing, just to echo, is again, the Ivy Hill community is an elementary school community. These are kids kindergarten to 5th grade. And that's why I moved into the area. That's why everyone moves into this very highly sought out, expensive area to live in because of this great elementary school. And the kids do walk up and down the street and feel safe to do so. And even taking safety out of the consideration, if this was a move to put a college dorm room for 17 to 21-year-old young men, I would still oppose it because it doesn't fit in the neighborhood. There was talk about assimilation earlier. And when you're talking about young children, we have We have parks with little swings and slides, and we have a nice pool specifically for children of this age group. It doesn't fit for 17 to 21-year-old men. And then also, again, when you take into consideration that there is a concern with safety, and now these are very, very young children, it just doesn't fit. So I'd like the board to take into consideration those two things and vote in opposition to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarado. Next is Christina Crucius and then Marcel Chungen. Go ahead, Christina.
Mayor, can you hear me?
We got you now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hayes and the Board of Trustees. My name is Christina Cruzius. My pronouns are she, her. I am a lifelong resident of Arlington Heights, which for me means 27 years. I am calling in today to express my support for this project and for the special use that will make it possible. I support it for several reasons. One is that we as a village have a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We need more than just statements that say folks are welcome here. That's a good start, but we also need the supports in place to help folks succeed and thrive. And Shelter Inc. has been named as one of the programs that will do that. Additionally, I think it's such an important service that is being provided to our community. I know I was transitioning to adulthood not too long ago in my life, and I know that was hard. And I imagine it would be even harder for folks who've been part of the foster care system. I had a couple of cousins who were in foster care, and it was very difficult for them to transition to young adulthood. And I only wish that they had a program like this that they could have been a part of, because I think it would make such a difference for them. It also it saddens me to hear many folks in the surrounding area talking about crime and that sort of thing, when the petitioner has clearly talked about how there's screening processes that to weed out the most of that. Let's not automatically assume that folks who've been in these difficult situations are criminals. We don't need to do that. And finally, one last thing I will say, especially since Trustee Scaletta mentioned something about being a neighbor, I would mention that I'm also a Christian, and it says, there's one point when a man asks Jesus, "Who is my neighbor?" And to that, he learns that being a neighbor means helping those in need. These youth are our neighbors. Let's be good neighbors to them by welcoming them to our village. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Christina. Next is Marcel, and then Marina Stenberg. All right, who do we got? Marina, are you ready to go?
Sure.
Go ahead, Marina.
In Arlington Heights area for 17 years. I am actually next door at 11213 East Valley Lane. So I am as close as you get. I would like to address one thing before I start on my own story, and that is the issue of Shelter Inc. sending out the survey in whether, to support it or not. Well, I'm 19 feet away and I have never received it. So unfortunately, my impression is they're not interested in a community opinion. I don't know what their pool was, but they should have started with somebody like me. I have two vulnerable adults that live in my household. One is my 80-year-old mother and another is my disabled child. So my concern is primarily safety. I am the head of the household and I will protect my family, by any means necessary. I feel it's my duty and my right. I would like to also point out that looking at the police activity, and I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, but the police activity right now, in a proper zoning is at the level that is much higher than we see in my neighborhood. Please consider what the statistics will be when they're moved into the area which is not zoned for that type of residency. They, as a young man, deserve to be placed in a position to be successful. And I feel like Shelter Inc. is doing them a disservice by placing them in an area that is not the right spot. It is not the right place. And also, one more thing I'd like to point out with Shelter Inc., saying that all their staff has a bachelor degree. Bachelor degree does not really equate to competency. I would like to actually hear from Shelter Inc. as far as the year of service, and that would probably give the neighbors a better indication of their level of ability to handle any sort of bad situation. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening to me.
All right, thanks, Marina. Next is Marcel Chungin and then Carrie Hood.
Good evening, Mayor Hayes and Arlington Heights Village Board. My name is Marcel Chungin. I'm a resident at 306 East Valley Lane in Arlington Heights. I'm in Arlington Heights for the last 24 years, from which the last 16 years residing at the present address. Proxy vicinity, basically 3 houses away from the location in discussion, to 207, 209 East Valley Lane. I'm strongly opposing the zone variance for this shelter incorporated. We are not against the mission. I'm not against the mission of the shelter incorporated, as a lot of their supporters are trying to claim, that all our neighbors are against, their mission. The majority of the supporters, by the way, they are not really living, next to the address in discussions, but we all are against this proposed location. Along with more than 400 petitioners, taxpayers with an average of more than 20 years living at this location, we are a diverse group of working middle class, all living in close proximity of the 207, 209 East Valley Lane location, and we are all against shelter incorporated at this address. Putting 12 young adults and 2 supervisors in the duplex located on the residential street is not a viable plan. The Village Planning Committee staff, represented by Sam Hubbard and Plan Commission, that recommended a no, stated there were no comparable location of young male adults in the similar residential area. Their current location houses 6 young male adults and is completely isolated from the residential area. That means they don't have any direct impact on the safety for that particular neighborhood, being embedded in a business area. And the proposal for this new location does not meet the village traffic and spacing requirement for safety. Adding 16 adult people at the point of congestion will add to the traffic. It's a heavy traffic on Arlington Heights Road. It's a T intersection here with Valley Lane. There are numerous accidents, even here in my driveway, I have twice in the last 4 years, accidents. This is a real issue, with the traffic. Beside that, over the last 10 years, as we heard, the statistics, we have more than 500 calls to the police service, including, if I remember right, 49 criminal incidents and public complaints. This is a big concern for the safety of the children walking to the Ivy Hill down the street. There is also no guarantee that the future participants in shelter programs, will be free of any criminal background. This might change at any time, and this will create a big risk, for the future, attending to the core fabric of this neighborhood.
Okay. Marcel, if you could finish your thought, if you would.
Yes, please listen to the voice of the taxpayer and vote no for the zoning variance on this location. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Marcel. Next is Carrie Hood, and then Donna A.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, as an almost 9-year resident of Ivy Hill, I urge you to consider the input regarding the shelter from those who actually live in this neighborhood and vote no. There are several advocates for the shelter who live nowhere near here or near any other shelter for that matter. It is frustrating that many of these advocates preach that we need to be good neighbors, yet again, they don't reside here. If they did, they would see that we are good neighbors. I have the best neighbors. Also, those stating we have a commitment to DEI have clearly never stepped foot in our Ivy Hill neighborhood. If they had, they'd see that Ivy Hill is actually one of the most diverse neighborhoods in Arlington Heights. You can walk down the street at any time, right down Vale, and see this very easily. You can also look at the petition with over 450 opposing names on it and see it. Even though we all come from many different cultures and backgrounds here, we have one common priority, our sense of security and safety for our families. Based on documented reports, we have reason to be concerned with the shelter being placed in our neighborhood. From what I read, the police even suggested this was not the right place for this home. Based on personal experience that we have with people who have been in or aged out of the foster care system, we have reason to be concerned. These adults do need support to overcome the many challenges they have faced in their lives and learn how to be independent. Sadly, not everyone is a success story in these situations. I read a data point that's 25% of people who age out of foster care still suffer from PTSD. Every single person in Ivy Hill who I've spoken to agrees that shelter's mission is critical. Again, we are just against the location of this in any neighborhood of single family homes. As parents, our job is to put our own families first. There are bus stops, as others have mentioned, for the middle and high schools right next to this address, and in Ivy Hill Elementary School right down the street. Where are the other adult shelters in Arlington Heights located, and how close are they to schools? Has shelter tried to purchase the existing home for these residents? This seems like the most logical first step. It's already zoned for that purpose, and the residents are already there. Why was Vale location chosen and purchased before a zoning variance was approved? As noted, we're not near any public transportation, and the residents are not allowed to have cars. Wouldn't a downtown location make much more sense? If any of you have driven past the Vale home, you would see that having 12 adults is not a good location or not a good idea. This is a fairly small 3-bedroom each duplex. Comparing this potential location to the other 2 existing TLPs is not a fair comparison, as the other ones house children. This would house adults. The Planning Commission seemed to vote solely on the mission of shelter. This is not a vote on whether or not their mission is a good one. We hope the trustees will vote solely on the zoning concern. Please remember to put the existing residents and taxpayers first.
Thanks, Carrie. Next is Donna A., and if you could just give us your full name, and then Christoph Zuchek.
Hello, my name is Donna Ackerman.
Go ahead, Donna.
I want to say it first. I do not oppose the shelter organization. I oppose the chosen location that the shelter is requesting for a zoning change. 207-209 East Valley Lane, sold before the zoning change. Subject home purchased before the request of the change of the zoning. So why would the subject purchase property prior to getting the zoning change? There isn't any public transportation near the subject home. The closest bus service is on Hinson Windsor, which is a good 2-mile walk past all the Ivy Hill schools that everyone has addressed, going down Valley Lane and crossing over. There seems to be a disregard for the requests and the opinions of the wishes of the neighbors. And how is it that a nonprofit organization purchases $500,000 property before the request was made for the zoning change or a hearing for the zoning change? Again, I state I am not opposed to the organization. I oppose the location that the organization has chosen because it will cause, again, increased traffic to the area and potential increased safety to the area. Thank you for your vote of no.
Thanks, Donna. Next is Christoph Zuchek and then Christina F.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, my name is Chris Shevchuk, and I own a home at 303 East Nob Hill Drive, which is located approximately 250 feet from the proposed shelter location. I wanted to express my opposition to the shelter out of concern of our home prices being negatively impacted by the presence of the shelter. All homeowners, I think, share this concern, and it's a main point of concern to me. Home is a single largest asset people have. So because of this potential drop in values, it's understandable why people are resistant to living near such a shelter. I have done some research on this topic, and I found many references, including a New York Times article, which indicated that typical average drop is 7% less than the comparable properties in areas without such shelter. Other sources such as Housing.com have similar statistics, and the drops can be as high as 12%. So in a most conservative estimate of, say, 5% property price reduction, the arithmetic comes out to $20,000 per 400K valued home. So while emotions are high on both sides, the arithmetic is a significant factor for most homeowners in this area for not supporting the shelter. So in conclusion, I believe that approving this variance will negatively impact our property values and with this general welfare and morale of homeowners in this subdivision. So I'm here today to ask the board to deny the special use permit request for shelter on Valley Lane. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the board for hearing me out.
Thanks, Christoph. Next is Christina F. And could you give us your full name? And then Lisa Mullen.
Yes, of course. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Christina Fiore. Hello. I'm a lifetime resident of Arlington Heights, and I believe the petitioner's request is more in line with a care facility and not residential. The petitioner provides a transitional living program. It provides on-site supportive services in the areas of mental health, life skills, social and emotional well-being, and case management services. The petitioner started their own clinical program in order to provide mental health services on site. The petitioner provides group and one-on-one therapy sessions with all residents of the shelter. Staff includes a case manager, therapist, 2 social workers. Staff job titles consist of clinical director, treatment coordinator, therapist, case manager, and transitional living program coordinator. This should be considered a care facility and is better situated in a location zoned similar to that of Hart's Place. This is not residential and is not suited for that location. Please vote no, and I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Christina. Next is Lisa Mullen and then Peter.
Hi, yes, I just want to ask that you vote yes to the Shelter Inc.'s request for special use permit. These kids deserve it. These young adults are not criminals. They did not choose to grow up with no support system. Shelter Inc. is giving them an opportunity, a voice to learn, live, and grow. They don't have to be in this facility. They have wanted to be in this facility. They go through a screening, and I think this is very important for our community. And I also think that everyone's going to say that there's never a perfect place, but Arlington Heights is about, being good neighbors. These kids are not criminals. They have been screened. Everyone keeps talking about safety and they're scared, and I understand that because it's unknown, but they've gone through a rigorous, screening process to be able to live there. They've wanted to live there. They have to want to be there. and want to work hard to get out into society. So I'm just asking that you vote yes.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Lisa. Next is Peter, and if you could give us your full name, and then Vaibhav Agrawal. We'll try again.
My name is Peter Michaelides, and good evening, Mayor Hayes, trustees, and residents of Arlington Heights. My family and I have resided in Arlington Heights for 27 years in the Ivy Hill community. I'm exactly right across the street from 207, 209. Your vote, and our vote, I should say, is an emphatic no. The location of this shelter is not conducive to our family-oriented community. This zoning change was previously discussed at great length in a ruling by the Supreme Court was made on January 11th, 1977. Quoting the Supreme Court, Village of Arlington Heights versus Metropolitan Housing Development Corporation. The Supreme Court upheld the lower court ruling. The district court held that the village's rezoning denial was motivated not by racial discrimination, by a desire to protect property values and maintain the village's zoning plan as it was intended. I repeat, to protect property values and the integrity of the village's zoning plan. Your predecessors realized their duty and obligation to the residents, homeowners, and voters of the village of Arlington Heights. What was true then, it is true today. Approval of this zoning variance may potentially lead to other future requests which will impact dramatically the landscape of our family-based community that our residents have enjoyed through the years and devaluate property values. Will you, as elected officials, have the courage to uphold what your predecessors deemed important? I challenge you to defend and advocate for our community and residents to keep the integrity of the village's zoning plan as ruled by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1977. We, the people, invested in Arlington Heights in the understanding the Ivy Hill community was and is zoned as a single-family housing community. That is why, to this day, our Ivy Hill community is a very favorable, sought-after housing destination. Will future residents enjoy the type of community and zoning codes? Will you represent and not succumb to special interest groups that will chip away at the zoning plan as it was originally written? We, the people, have elected you, Mr. Mayor, and our trustees to represent our best interest in small and large matters regarding our beloved community. History shows a precedent has been established. Your vote is a serious one, not to be taken lightly. This zoning matter has been previously ruled on by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1977. Therefore, the zoning variance must be denied. I repeat, the zoning variance must be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Next is Vaibhav Agrawal, and then Peter Patapo.
Good evening. And Mayor, sir, you didn't butcher my name earlier. Apologies for dropping earlier.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead. Go ahead.
My name is Vaibhav Agrawal. I live at 406 East Nob Hill with my wife and 2 kids, 4 and 9, half a block away from the proposed shelter location. Main reasons we settled in this neighborhood was due to its schools, diverse, safe, and inclusive families as neighbors. This is a complete residential area. I will not repeat two key principles reviewed by Mr. Perkins earlier for special use permit for shelter, but in nutshell, this is related to detrimental of health, safety, morals, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the vicinity. These are the North Star. And based on that, I am here to strongly oppose the relocation of shelter to our residential block. Very clearly, I really appreciate Shelter Inc.'s mission to improve lives. However, my reasons for opposition are as below. There is no fact-based public documentation shared by Planning Commission Chair, as in why they rejected Village Staff Development Committee's fact-based disapproval for this relocation, which is irrespective of number of residents there. It's crystal clear. Ms. Karina mentioned they are trying to relocate to replicate neighborhood they grew up in. I would argue if the lease was not up at current location, would they still have relocated them? If yes, why they didn't do it to begin with? Why this particular location is so important that they purchased it outright and triggered so much pain in the neighborhood and extra work needed by everybody for special use permit? But finally, I would have to say I have full faith in wisdom of my Arlington Heights trustees to find right location for shelter. This is about location. But without altering an existing neighborhood with 400 plus tax-paying and hardworking families who are opposed to it on paper, there is proof there. If you approve this permit, irrespective of number of residents, you're making the neighborhood bear the full burden of risk with many unknowns and no guarantees. I am hopeful that you will not experiment with all of us, leading us to a probable detrimental effect. This way, you will uphold the principles of special use permit process. There is a reason why it is in place. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. And next is Peter Patio and then Mary.
Hello, everyone. My name is Peter Potapo. I live with my wife and 3 kids on Vale Lane, 6 houses away from the proposed location of shelter. I do not agree to the proposed location due to a couple issues. Issue number 1, every morning, school buses use this road to deliver kids to 3 schools. The occupants of Shelter Inc. will need to use Uber or Lyft to get to their jobs. 12 additional cars will stop on the street waiting for the passengers. It will block 1 line of the street. Since the proposed location is so close to Arlington Heights Road, it will prevent ongoing traffic from turning into Vale Lane. There will be additional risk for car accidents. Issue number 2, safety of our kids. With so many police-related crime reported in 2020, there is no way Shelter Inc. could guarantee the safety of our neighborhood. The staff is responsible for the occupants on their premises only. How about the safety outside of the building? Our kids, they are small. They need to be safe and walk safe on the sidewalks. Just one stranger danger occurrence is enough to create trauma to hundreds of kids. I know that providing a safe childhood for kids will bring more future benefits to the society. Shelter Inc. fights for the second chance of 12 individuals, putting 100 kids on risk. Our kids deserve the first chance in their lives. Third issue is the finance. As an accountant, I want you to be aware that Shelter Inc. will save a lot of money per year on property taxes by moving to residential area. I guess it is the main reason why Shelter fights so hard for this location. At the same time, Shelter Inc. saves money. We, as the homeowners, will lose about 7% of the value of our houses. It is about $30,000 loss for an average homeowner. The fourth issue is the privacy. Occupants of the Shelter Inc. wants to keep the privacy. This location will not provide it, since we need to know our neighbors. There would not be such a problem in the commercial area. Shelter Inc. is a corporation and should be located in commercial area, which would not require any change in the zoning. With so many arguments and people against the proposed location, I don't think occupants will feel welcome. This location would be beneficial for Shelter Inc. as an organization. No one else would benefit from that.
Peter, finish your thought if you would.
Yes, please vote no to the proposed changes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Mary, and Mary, if you could give us your full name, and then Kathy Scortino.
Yes, we're Ron and Mary Alice Follett. We live at 209 Nob Hill, which is less than 250 feet from the proposed location. We've lived in Arlington Heights for 51 years. Of that 51 years, we've lived at 209 for 44 of those years. We agree with all of the people that are in opposition and what they have said at this meeting. One of our main concerns is the safety at the intersection of Arlington Heights Road and Vale and the intersection of Nob Hill and Vale. We have submitted pictures to all of you of the current shelter location, which has 5 cars parked in front of that house. Right now, there are only 6 residents at that house. The shelter has told us that there would only be 2 cars at the most parked in the driveway at any given time. We who live there know how dangerous this area is when there are cars parked on the street in this area. We would like you to address that issue of parking in front of the house, and we are asking you to strongly oppose this variance. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Mary. Next is Kathy Scortino, and then Michelle Y.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Kathy, go ahead.
Hi. Mayor Hayes and village trustees. Some of you know me from the 19 years I served on the Arlington Heights Youth Commission. I am a licensed clinical professional counselor, and I am the director of engagement for True North Treks. This is a nonprofit organization that provides backcountry wilderness treks, mindfulness education, and ongoing support for adolescents and young adults who have been diagnosed with cancer. The young people diagnosed with cancer at this juncture in their lives get completely thrown off their paths. They feel lost, confused, afraid, wondering about their future, and all of this is through no fault of their own. This is also the situation for the young people in the Transitional Living program. Through no fault of their own, they're in a situation of needing to be in a place with good people who will nurture them, teach them, create appropriate boundaries for them, and be concerned about their well-being. They need and deserve a community that cares and that will show that caring in tangible and concrete ways. Approving this house, which will become their home, is an excellent first step. You ask how these young people would assimilate into the neighborhood. That requires action on both sides, from the young men and from the neighbors. I have lived in Ivy Hill for 42 years, and I look forward to being one of those neighbors who will reach out, get to know the young men, and to welcome them to the neighborhood. I'm counting on you to take the right and decent actions to sift out the misinformation and the misguided fears, and to vote yes on this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Next is Michelle Y., and if you could give us your full name, and then Jolanta Zemanska.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Michelle.
My name is Michelle Yarian, and I own a home at 315 East Nob Hill Drive, which is about 500 feet from 207, 209 East Valley. I strongly oppose this location for Shelter Inc. for all the reasons others have mentioned on this call. And I would like to further highlight the traffic issues, as I feel they've basically been dismissed. Per the staff development report dated September 17th of 2021, the code requires a traffic and parking study to be completed for any special use permit proposed that does not abut a major or secondary artery. East Valley Lane is a collector street. Therefore, the petitioner is required to provide a detailed traffic and parking study from a certified traffic engineer. The petitioner asked that this request be waived, and it was granted. I ask why. Why was that requirement, done? That the code was written with that requirement, intending that the study would add value to a decision. With the location of this property just 80 feet from Arlington Heights Road, basically four car lengths, any parking along the street in front of the property will create an unsafe situation. Turning right onto Valley Lane from Arlington Heights Road is a blind turn, and if there's parking on Valley, drivers won't have time to react. Shelter has noted that residents will use Uber, taxis, shuttle buses, etc., and the vehicles will have to park on Valley Lane within that blind turn. How many could there be, will there be at any present time? How many visitors, counselors, staff, social workers, caseworkers, etc., will visit there daily, and where will they park? There's also going to be oncoming traffic west on Valley that will create an even narrower lane to park cars. In fact, one trustee visited the neighborhood, remarked, "How do you ever turn left out of here onto Arlington Heights Road? That alone is already a challenge and additional traffic created by the shelter. Please vote no. The increased traffic will create an unsafe condition." Another related is the lack of public transportation. There is no PACE bus stops within a mile of the proposed location. The shelter resident devoted 6 pages to the PACE bus locations that are available within walking distance of the current location. Route 208, which takes them directly to Evanston, Route 606 to Rosemont. I just have to, say that, the $110 that they're saying would be given to them for Uber and taxis, again, like somebody echoed, $110 is about 3 Uber rides a month. So again, this location will not help the residents meet their mobility needs without public transportation. Again, I ask you to please vote no. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Michelle. And last is Jolanta Szymanska.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Jolanta Szymanska. I live on 303 East Knapp Hill Drive in the radius of 250 feet from 207 and 209 East Valley Lane in Arlington Heights. I have 3 kids and I'm a registered nurse. My husband and I bought a house 8 years ago and we love to live here. I'm here to state that I strongly oppose special use permit to allow a shelter care home at 207, 209 East Valley Lane. And I'm asking you to vote no today. I do not oppose mission of the shelter. I oppose proposed location. Helping others, management of trauma, emotional distress, and mental issues are daily encounters in my job. Compassion is part of who I am. But what is even more important to me is safety. I'm hoping that the board will exclusively focus on special use permit to allow shelter care home and nothing else. It is not a meeting to show your support or disapproval for shelter. Before you vote, please consider how would you feel if people who do not live in your neighborhood want to decide about place where you live. I oppose special use permit as neither shelter nor Arlington Heights Village cannot make any certain safety guarantees to those who live so close. Shelter emphasize enhanced screening tools to find the most appropriate residents. Shelter assure us that if the resident will not follow the strict rules, they will be dismissed. But the time from admission until exclusion is a safety risk for those who live the closest, and that may be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of those who live the closest, which is me. I already feel the process of issuing the permit influence my health and morale. I feel like voice of my community doesn't count as planning commissioners failed to acknowledge our petition. Petition of those who live the closest. They vote demonstrated they then don't care about the impact on my neighborhood and me. Can commissioners and the board guarantee that only safe referrals will be accepted? If there is no appropriate candidates to accept, would shelter accept what is available, as without the resident's source of income from referral would be lost? Shelter is a non-profit organization, but revenue is needed to pay its employees and maintain organization. Can you take responsibility if any problems or assault will occur towards residents of our community due to approval of that special permit? Please consider those questions before you vote. Can you guarantee that shelter won't be short-staffed? I would like to thank you for your commitment to public service. This couple weeks, when I got involved in collecting signatures and reviewing public records regarding shelter, made me realize how challenging is your job. I really would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and please vote no. Thank you.
Thanks, Jolanta. And next is, we have 2 more hands that have been raised. Brad, and Brad, if you could give us your last name, and then C. Vaughn.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Hayes. My last name is Wells.
Go ahead, Brad.
Good evening, Mayor Hayes and Board of Trustees, Village Board of Trustees, and my fellow residents of Arlington Heights. My wife and our young teenage daughter live on 402 East Valley Lane, which is literally 6 houses away from the proposed location for the transitional home for Shelter, Inc. My daughter and her friends traverse up and down Valley Lane frequently, and we already have normal parental concerns, let alone implementing the new one of a shelter being 6 doors down. A little history, I'm not passing judgment on the shelter or its mission. My wife and I was born and bred and raised on the south side of Chicago. So we know firsthand about first chances and second chances, and we truly advocate for them, not only from afar, but from a close and personal level. My wife and I moved to Arlington Heights for peace of mind, safety, and to give our daughter a great education. We did not move here to worry about an extra element that is truly outside of the current fabric of this very diverse family-oriented neighborhood. I urge you to take consideration of the over 450 residents and voters of Ivy Hill that signed this petition in opposition of this proposal and not approve the proposed application from Shelter Inc. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Brad. Next is C. Vaughn, and if you could give us your full name, and then Carla Ott.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is Kathy Vaughn, and I live on East Nob Hill. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kathy, go ahead.
I've lived here for 16 years within 500 feet of the proposed residence. I strongly oppose the special use permit for Shelter Inc. There have been many of our safety concerns raised tonight, and I just want to make a few points that might not have been mentioned. Yes, there were 553 police calls, but no one dissected the 51 criminal calls. They included battery, assault, theft, motor vehicle theft, alcohol and drug offenses, criminal damage, and trespassing. Any one of those in our neighborhood is too many. From the curfew violations, the 391, this means the staff does not have control of the resident population, and there are no real consequences for the residents who violate curfew. Where were all these adults after midnight on 391 different occasions? Of course, what I've mentioned was instigated by only 6 residents. In a shelter marketing video, Karina states, and I quote, "We make sure that they get their medication, see their probation officers, go to their court appointments, make their AA and NA meetings." How do you think those things make us feel about the safety in our neighborhood? In the Transitional Living Program welcome packet that Karina gives to new residents on page 24, it identifies confiscated items of past residents: marijuana, bowls, pipes, knives, tools, sharp objects. Again, this is a failure of Shelter Inc. to maintain control of their resident environment. The most shocking thing that we've heard in the process of this was when Karina stated on September the 22nd that one individual in 2020 was solely responsible for 24 of the 28 documented police calls. She also said the resident was eventually dismissed because her staff could not manage his mental issues. So why did they give the resident 24 chances? 5 wasn't enough, 10 wasn't enough, 15, 20? Yes, and Karina also states that they now have enhanced screening. How did they miss this resident with such severe mental deficiencies that they couldn't manage? By definition, this is a transient program, meaning the residents come and go. Every time a resident changes, it's going to be a crapshoot for what behavior they'll bring to the neighborhood. We need to understand the recourse we have as a neighborhood when our fears are realized. If you vote yes, who will be responsible for the 17-year-old that commits a crime, 17-and-a-half-year-old? Is the shelter going to be responsible? Is the village board going to be responsible? Who's going to make restitution to those of us in the neighborhood impacted by the crime? I just want to call out that the closest member of the board living to us in Ivy Hill is Mayor Hayes. He lives 1.6 miles north of us. 8,448 feet, or the distance of 28 football fields. When you vote tonight, the closest neighbors that will be impacted by your decision live 19 feet on one side and 22 feet on the other. Please vote no. Commissioner Green said it best, and I quote, "If we vote yes, we're asking the neighborhood to bear the burden of all the risks." Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. And I hesitate to say this again, but the last hand is Carla Ott. Carla, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Carla Ott, and I am opposed to 207-209 East Valley Lane, a special use permit request made by Shelter Inc. If you vote to approve this request, you're asking us in the neighborhood to bear the burden of the risk of what will happen. There will be greatly increased safety risk for us and our children's, increased traffic, noticeably greater police presence, responding to shelter issues. I do not oppose Shelter Inc.'s mission to help people, but I do oppose the proposed location in our neighborhood. The previous location on Gulf Road hasn't negatively impacted their neighbors, to us, much of the degree being in a commercial location. Ivy Hill is a single-family home community that is quiet, well-kept, and peaceful. Putting a traditional shelter here will change everything. Everything that we know and love about this neighborhood, we call home. Please, Mr. Hayes, vote to deny this request so we can maintain the safety and integrity of our neighborhood. We are 8 houses down from the proposed shelter location on East Valley Lane. We have lived in Arlington Heights for over 20 years. I'm a dental assistant and I'm a single mom. I have 3 children and my father who live with us has dementia. And I feel uncomfortable about this decision. I'm very, very concerned because I have kids and they are in school nearby and many children taking the bus to school and walking home, including my son. This is the most populated area of children. My son told me that his bus gets over capacity with children. We have a lot of traffic on Arlington Heights Road, Palatine, and Rand Road, and the traffic will get even worse. And so will the parking. This is a friendly neighborhood and we should keep it like this. This proposal should be rejected. Please, thank you.
All right, thanks, Carla. I do have one more hand. Zoe McGrath. Zoe, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Zoe McGrath and I work at Shelter Inc. I'm the development coordinator there. I just wanted to say that Shelter's mission is to end the cycle of child abuse by providing a comprehensive network of support to children, their families, and our community to create safe, healthy, and nurturing homes. The Transitional Living program is an essential part of that comprehensive network of support for the Arlington Heights community. Since 1975, Shelter Inc. has been a lifeline to children and families in crisis or suffering from trauma. Shelter Inc. started out in Arlington Heights and we've been here for decades. And, you know, I just want to ask you to think about the people in your own lives. Do you know somebody who is aged 17 to 21? Because that's the age group that we're talking about here. These are not bad kids. They're very kind. I've met many of them myself. And for us, we want to ask the question, where do you turn when you age out of foster care? So our program is there to help those kids. And we have a lot of successes. We've had a really great program and really great kids in the program who deserve to have a community that supports them. And Arlington Heights has been that community for decades now, and we hope to continue to see that support. And thank you, everybody. Please vote yes for this proposal.
All right, thanks, Zoe. That is the last hand that I see, and so we will conclude with the live portion of the public comment period and move to the comments that have been submitted in advance. And so I would call on our village clerk, who's been warming up her voice with some warm tea, hopefully. And Becky, you're on.
Mayor, the first comment is from Marinos Aninos. I object to the 207-209 East Valley Lane Shelter Inc. special use variant request. Mainly, I am concerned with my safety due to the excessive number of police calls Shelter Inc. generates in a year's time and the behavior of the population living at the residence. Police records indicate calls for battery, domestic battery, assaults, thefts, motor vehicle theft, disorderly conduct, alcohol and drug offenses, and criminal damage trespass to property all occurred at the current Shelter Inc. location. I've lived at 215 East Valley Lane, Arlington Heights for 27 years. I've raised my children here and have never had any issues in all the years I've lived here. but I'm extremely worried and concerned that my property value will decrease with the existence of a community transitional shelter in my neighborhood, as well as the safety of the neighborhood. I am also concerned for the welfare of the children that attend Ivy Hill Elementary that use Valley Lane to walk to and from school, which is only 2 blocks away from the shelter, not the 4 or 5 blocks we were told. To all of our respected elected officials, please reconsider, as changing the zoning will change not only the zoning, but all of our lives in the neighborhood. The next letter is from David Schechterly. I object to the East Valley Lane Shelter Inc. special use variant request. I have lived around the corner from this property at 505 East Nob Hill for 31 years. My children were raised here and went to Ivy Hill, Thomas, and Buffalo Grove high schools. I have worked hard to pay for my home and am concerned that this variation will affect my safety and the general welfare of people living nearby. I have always felt safe here, and there are many people who move into this community with young children for the schools. A lot of people in the neighborhood walk past 207, 209 East Valley Lane on their way to Chase Bank, Jewel Grocery Store, or other businesses in the North Point Shopping Center. I believe they will no longer feel safe doing so if the special use permit is approved. I do not think that the Shelter Inc. home should be located in a residential neighborhood. I would not have moved here 31 years ago if the Shelter Inc. home was located at 207, 209 East Valley Lane. The next letter was from Donna Ackerman, but she spoke, so I'm going to move past her letter. Also, Peter Michaelides submitted a letter, but he also spoke previously. So the next letter is from Bill Rosenheim. To my village board, I am an Arlington Heights resident for a total of 35 years. I don't know if that gives me any more say-so in this matter of opposing Shelter Inc.'s request for a zoning change in my neighborhood. My opposition is based on what is best, safest, and most productive for the TLP youths. Number one, there is no public transportation for them nearby. Lyft and Uber are not the answer to public transportation. $125 is not enough to cover one person going to work and school for a month. No buses within walking distance. The closest is 1.8 miles. Currently, there is a bus stop at the end of their driveway on Gulf Road. Number two, the building at 3,500 square feet is too small for that many young boys. Shelter Inc. plans to expand their TLP from 6 to 10 to 12 youths and 2 live-in counselors for a total of 14 people. Number three, there must be a traffic study done for the safety of all. The intersection of Arlington Heights Road and East Valley Lane is quite busy. During rush hour, it is an intersection to avoid cars backed up, turning left onto Arlington Heights Road. Another safety concern are that the school buses turning onto Valley going to Ivy Hill twice per day. Any cars parked on the street near that corner present a danger to those buses full of children. Finally, at any time, day or night, motorcycles, cars, trucks, buses, and even bicycles turn onto Valley and are unable to see any cars parked on the street in front of 207, 209 until it's too late. A study of the traffic flow must be done for the safety of these children and the neighborhood. Please, I ask you all to vote in opposition to this variance request for this location. However, let us all continue to support the work being done by Shelter Inc. and help them to find a more suitable location for their TLP facility. The next letter is from Darcy Motor. I am not in favor of the zoning variance for East Valley Lane. Please let me explain my 3 main reasons, but first I want to be very clear as to the exact topic up for your vote. There is a property that is zoned R6. There is a group who wants to use the property, but the group is not considered R6, so the group wants a zoning variance. That is the topic. We are not debating whether this group is a good group. We are not determining if the work they do is important. For the people voicing your support for Shelter Inc. as an organization, thank you, but that is irrelevant. Again, we are only discussing the fact that a group wants a variance to the zoning for 207, 209 East Valley Lane, a property near my home. Therefore, we can disregard all of the people supporting the organization because that is off topic. We don't need to take into consideration the opinions of people who live on the other side of town or in neighborhoods miles away. This is my block. This is an issue that affects those of us who are direct neighbors of this property. Number 1, precedent. This property is one duplex in a row of 15. The precedent set here tonight is the biggest issue. These are zoned for this neighborhood for a reason. Allowing the variance sets a dangerous precedent that all of these duplexes can become something else, and that without question changes the neighborhood. Your vote tonight is for all the duplexes. Number 2, this is a dorm. What do you think of when I say 12 males aged 17 and a half to 21 living in one structure, 2 to a room with shared common areas? I think of a dorm or a frat house. Age-appropriate behavior, loud music, keeping late hours. Again, it's completely age-appropriate and there is nothing wrong with it in the right environment, but it doesn't belong 19 feet from a family with young children. Also, just like college, this dwelling would be transient with people moving in and out every 2 years. This neighborhood is a place where people come, put roots down, and raise their families. Ivy Hill School, just down Valley, was honored as a National Blue Ribbon School last year for its education success and its ethnically diverse culture. The biggest draw for our neighborhood is Ivy Hill School. This group would not be taking advantage of it, but are taking away the opportunity for 2 other families who could live there and take advantage of that amazing school. 3, traffic. While I wholeheartedly agree with the Village Planning Commission subcommittee that this should not be approved, I think they were quick to dismiss the traffic impact for this particular location. Nob Hill is a loop that begins and ends on Valley. Those of us who live on Nob can't go anywhere without accessing Valley. The west end of the street creates a T intersection with this property's driveway, just feet away from Arlington Heights Road. This particular group would be 12 people and 2 staff. That's 14 people coming and going. Since residents are not allowed to have cars on the property, there is no public transportation from this location. The residents will use Lyfts, Ubers, shuttle buses, and vans. That's 12 to 14 people going to and from school, to and from work, to and from appointments, running errands, going to and from friends' houses, etc. Also, we have been told that volunteer groups come to clean and do yard work, which will add extra traffic and parking issues right at the entrance exit for the neighborhood. When using a GPS to get to the property from Arlington Heights Road, which Ubers and Lyfts will certainly do, the GPS tells you that your destination is on your right as you are finishing the turn onto Valley. This means the driver will immediately hit their brakes. For anyone turning in after that car, that creates a dangerous situation. In addition, this group plans to convert the garage into common space, so the staff will take up both driveway spaces. Therefore, any car, van, bus, shuttle that comes to the property has to be on the street. There is one parking spot east of the driveway before the next driveway, and then there is a fire hydrant. So there is no across the street because of the T intersection and all of these vehicles which will be using the T intersection to turn around. So this is dangerous. Additionally, during a shift change, there will be at least 4 cars at this location. This is not the right location for this group. Please vote no to allowing for the zoning variance on East Valley Road. Next is from Jim Gunther. My wife and I have lived at 307 East Nob Hill Drive for 43 years. We live 5 houses down from 207-209 Valley Lane. We know firsthand how dangerous the corner of Arlington Heights Road and Valley Lane can be. A continuous line of cars exiting North Point Shopping Center and turning right on Valley Lane is complicated by multiple cars on Valley Lane attempting to get onto Arlington Heights Road. At times, the lines of cars queued up on Valley extends up to and beyond the proposed shelter location. Trying to shoehorn a 12-person facility and the cars that would be drawn there into this congested area, one house from the corner, is a bad idea. The number of accidents that have already occurred at this intersection bears out that point. The proximity of the proposed facility to Ivy Hill Elementary School, its students, and school bus traffic is also an issue. This is an area of residential homes, and the homes should remain zoned accordingly. Everyone reviewing the zoning variance request needs to understand that we are not opposed to the work that Shelter Inc. does. The location is the problem. These factors did not exist in the shelter's previous location. Another more suitable location needs to be found. Thanks in advance for listening to your community. Next is from Michael Froming. We are writing to express our opposition regarding the special use permit to allow a shelter care home at 207-209 East Valley Lane, Arlington Heights 60004. While we support the mission of Shelter Inc. and need to to support these young adults as they transition to being on their own. We do not support the zoning variance that this group wants, and we do not feel that 207 to 209 East Valley Lane is a safe location for their housing. We are not discussing whether this is a good group and if the work they do is important, because it is. We are discussing the variance that Shelter Inc. is asking for. As you are aware, the duplex is located on the second property from the corner of Valley Lane and Arlington Heights Road. It is a T intersection with Nob Hill Drive, which we live on, and is one of two ways out of our street. This corner is already dangerous, with cars trying to turn left onto Arlington Heights Road from Valley, and if cars, etc., are parked on Valley, it can be difficult to turn onto Valley from Arlington Heights Road. There have been many accidents at the intersection of Arlington Heights Road and Valley, with cars trying to turn left. With the addition of a transitional shelter that may house up to 12 plus 2 staff members, and the lack of public transportation, the amount of buses, Ubers, Lyfts, and any other form of transportation these young people would need to get jobs, appointments, activities, etc., would only make driving and walking in that area even more dangerous. There will only be room for 2 cars in the driveway, leaving excess cars to park on the street, making it more difficult for cars to drive down Valley Lane. There is also a middle school bus stop not far from that property, and many young children walk to and from school on Valley Lane, and we are concerned for their safety. We are also concerned about the precedent this would set if this were to pass for the rest of the 14 duplexes on Valley Lane and our neighborhood and any other neighborhood in Arlington Heights. Allowing a variance would be dangerous, as all of the duplexes could become something other than what they were meant to be. Granting this special use permit for something the neighborhood was not designed for would be extremely unfair to the single-family homeowners that put down roots and purchased with the understanding of what their neighborhood was at the time of purchase and would be expected to remain in the future. We appreciate you listening to all of us who are opposed to the special use permit for 207-209 Valley Lane, and trust that you will keep your personal feelings separate from the actual issue. Your commitment to public service is appreciated. Thank you for your time and consideration. The next was from Beth Arnold, but she also spoke. After that is Igor Malamud and Ludmila Goldberg. Mayor Hayes and the Arlington Heights Board, we would like you to register our objection to the zoning variation requested for Shelter Inc. at 207-209 East Valley Lane in Arlington Heights. We are homeowners at 310 East Valley Lane and have resided here for 16 years. We live within 200 feet from the address above. We are not against the mission of Shelter Inc., but are against its proposed location. Putting 12 young adults and 2 supervisors into a duplex located on a residential street is not a viable plan. Several additional issues should be considered when making your decision. As a note, the VAH Planning Subcommittee did not recommend zoning change for this address. Number 1, no comparable sites. The Village Planning Committee staff, represented by Sam Hubbard at the Plan Commission, stated there were no comparable locations of young male adults in a residential area. Their current location houses 6 young male adults and is completely isolated from the residential area embedded in a business area. Their facilities in other communities are either young boys or girls, not male adults. Number 2, curfew. At a Plan Commission meeting, Shelter Inc. representatives stated that there is a midnight curfew. Their process is to call the police at 1 a.m. if they do not know the whereabouts of the missing young adult. They stated this is a DCFS requirement. It was unclear what happens if the residents can stay elsewhere, or how many times they can miss curfew before they are required to leave the program. Additional police traffic in the early morning hours would be disturbing. Number 3, traffic. Valley Lane is a highly traveled road, as it is a thoroughfare to Lake Arlington and Ivy Hill Elementary School. Many school buses go to and from Ivy Hill School, and a lot of kids walk down Valley Lane to school. There is a school bus pickup and drop-off and to and from Thomas Middle School on Valley Lane and Nob Hill down the block, less than 250 feet away. Many emergency vehicles regularly use Valley Lane. The requested variation for 207-209 Valley Lane is 1 duplex away from Arlington Heights Road. The Nob Hill Street dead ends into the 207-209 driveway. It is already a dangerously congested area. Adding 16 people at a point of congestion will add to the traffic, 12 residents, 4 supervisors during shift change. All of these people will require transportation to and from school, work, and other activities. Please vote no to allowing the zoning variation for 207-209 East Valley Lane. This is not the right location for this large group. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. Next is from Sam Marcillo. Dear Mayor and Trustees, we have lived on Valley Lane for 38 years. The Plan Commission has chosen to make this a referendum on the work of Shelter Inc. I ask the board to listen to the people that are affected by the variance, not to the influential donors of Shelter who live miles away. The question is whether this variance is good for the community and the neighborhood. Vehicles, staff parked on Valley throughout the day, making it difficult for buses trying to come down Valley off of Arlington Heights Road. The corner of Arlington Heights Road and Valley gets very congested in the early morning and also when school is getting out. Concerned that neighbors will not be able to park in front of their own homes due to more vehicles. Shelter has been trying to hire since February overnight staffing and is now willing to take high school equivalency for this position, not exactly well-trained to be responsible for 12 adult males overnight. Please understand that this is not a group home like the homes run by Clearbrook. The TLP is in Schaumburg is for young kids, not grown adults. There's a difference. Next letter is from Timothy McGrath. Dear Mayor and Trustees, I, Tim McGrath, living within 250 feet of the property at 207-209 Valley Lane, oppose the issuance of a variance to Chapter 28 of the Municipal Code. My family and I have lived in this neighborhood for 22 years. It has been a great, single, safe family home community. I hope you each had a chance prior to voting on this variance to come and see the neighborhood and experience it yourself. I also hope you had a chance to see the traffic at the corner of Valley Lane and Arlington Heights Road during rush hour in the morning and late afternoon. The property in question is just 80 feet from Arlington Heights Road. People turn the corner from Arlington Heights Road fairly quickly. If there are any cars parked on the street, it can be a dangerous situation. My understanding is that they are going to convert the garage into living space. That only leaves 2 parking spots in front of the property for those 2 staff members to park. When the replacements come to the property at shift change, there will be 2 additional cars. If any of the residents get a ride home from someone, there's another car parked out front. What happens if multiple residents are getting dropped off at the same time? If the police come, that's even more congestion at that corner. This is dangerous for the young men and the current residents. At each of the meetings we have listened to on this variance, we have heard that many of these young men have been abused all their lives. As you know, those who have been abused are much more likely to abuse others. We have young kids in the neighborhood who walk by that residence on their way to the stores around the corner. This is not a risk we would like to take. Ivy Hill Elementary School is just blocks away from this building. Young children will be walking home from school. Parents should not have to worry about their children being in danger. Having 6 to 12 young men between the ages of 17 to 21 with questionable pasts is not something we want our children subject to. One incident is too many. The bus stops are in the neighborhood for Ivy Hill Elementary School, Thomas Middle School, and Buffalo Grove High School. Kids will be walking to the bus stops without parents. We are very concerned about their safety. Lastly, I hope you had an opportunity to read every letter that has been written for and against this variance. When reading these letters, I hope you will make note of where the person is living. Are they living within 1 block of this property on Valley Lane or Nob Hill? My understanding is that the majority of those that are for this variance live several blocks, if not miles away from this property, and will not be impacted by this decision. Those in the neighborhood close by strongly oppose this location for the shelter. I hope you will listen to those that actually live close to this property, especially those that live within 250 feet from it. These are the people that will be impacted by your decision. Please vote no to this variance. Thanks for listening and your consideration to this matter. Next is from Lucy Block. My name is Lucy Block, and I live at 2103 North Pine Tree Drive, Arlington Heights. I've lived in the Ivy Hill neighborhood for 23 years. I oppose the 207-209 East Valley Lane special use permit request made by Shelter Inc. I oppose this not because I do not want to give those who deserve it an opportunity for better living circumstances. I oppose this for the increased safety risks for us, and most importantly, our children. There is a right way to do this and a wrong way. This is wrong. I am going to make a supposition that it is quite probable that some of these residents may have a criminal history. That alone is reason enough not to want this inserted into our neighborhood. We have already had an incident last spring where a young girl was assaulted in broad daylight on Valley Lane walking to Ivy Hill Elementary School. There are a number of middle school and high school children that wait for the bus in the vicinity of the Valley Lane proposed shelter. My biggest concern is the safety and security of our children and our neighborhood. Ivy Hill is a single-family home community. Putting a transitional shelter here is extremely inappropriate aesthetically for our neighborhood, and we fear it may further introduce a criminal element into the neighborhood. This is a neighborhood with families. This is not the right venue to build something like this, not by any stretch. I will end with one observation I made during the Zoom meeting with the Plan Commission. I noticed that most who were in favor of this were not residents of Ivy Hill. If asked, I would love to know if they would like a home in their neighborhood modified to be a transitional shelter for 10 to 12 young men who, for all we know, may have criminal backgrounds. Thank you for your consideration. Next is from Janice Lipinski. I am writing to express my strong opposition to the use of 207-209 East Valley Lane as a special care home. Ivy Hill is a quiet, single-family residential neighborhood. Most homes are occupied by families with many young children or retired persons, such as myself. I have lived in my current home since July 1995. One of the reasons I moved here was because it was a quiet, family-oriented neighborhood within walking distance of many stores and where I could feel safe walking by myself during the day or even at night, especially since I retired. So far, this has proven to be a wise choice, but allowing the opening of the shelter care home a short block away from me would change the whole makeup of this neighborhood, and not for the better. I strongly urge you to deny the use of this duplex as a special care home and allowing us taxpaying homeowners to keep our neighborhood safe for the children and seniors. Next is from Cindy Nierke. We are petitioning to express our strong opposition to rezoning. A petitioner by the name of Karina Santa Maria, MSW of Shelter Inc. is prospecting to purchase and turn the duplex property for sale at 207-209 East Valley Lane in Arlington Heights into a shelter home. As neighbors, we are concerned with the safety of our children and our community. Shelter Inc. would like you to use this building for its transitional program, which provides a home for youths assigned male at birth under guardianship of DCFS and are between the ages of 17 to 21 transitioning into society. These youths would spend a total of 2 years in this program. The total number of youths residing at the property would be 10 to 12, as well as counselors. These youths may have various issues and may include psychological, behavioral, and/or possible criminal involvement. The shelter organization is requesting zoning changes and a special permit in the Ivy Hill area to allow for the Shelter Inc. home and parking. The Transitional Living program operated by Shelter Inc. is currently located at 397 West Gulf Road in Arlington Heights and has been there since 2012. Over the past several years, the police department has, on average, received well over 100 calls for service per year from the current Gulf Road location. This is 2 calls to the police department per week. Ivy Hill is a quiet, residential, family-based neighborhood with children of all ages. A few yards from the property, there's a school bus stop that picks and drops off students to and from Thomas Middle School and Buffalo Grove High School. Ivy Hill Elementary School, which serves 640 students from the community, is also located less than a half a mile from the property. A large population of the students walk to and from the school daily through the neighborhood utilizing Valley Lane. Many of these students live in the Circle Hill apartment complex, which resides between the school and the property. If the zoning change is approved, the traffic will be negatively and dangerously impacted if the requested 12 parking slots are granted. Yes, 2 cars can park in the garage and 2 safely in the driveway. It also isn't clear how much daily traffic the property will generate with visitation, etc. With the location of this property just 80 feet east of Arlington Heights Road, any parking along the street in front of this property will create an unsafe traffic situation. Turning right onto Valley Lane from Arlington Heights Road is a blind turn, and if there's parking with even 150 feet from the entry on Valley, drivers won't have time to react. There could be oncoming traffic, and that would create a narrower lane with parked cars, and if there are multiple vehicles turning onto Valley, there could be an immediate, unexpected backup onto Arlington Heights Road as the first turning driver reacts to parked cars upon turning. The Conceptual Plan Committee documented dated 5/26/21 notes Valley Lane as a collector street. It should be noted that it is the main artery of access for the Circle Hill apartment complex, housing 140 units within about 1/2 of a mile from this property, as well as all the houses along Valley, East Nob Hill Drive, etc. If this zoning change is approved, Shelter Inc. will be detrimental to our Ivy Hill community. The requested shelter use permit requires that the zoning change cannot alter the essential character of the locality, nor be detrimental to the health, safety, moral, or general welfare of the persons residing in the vicinity. Allowing this zoning change will impact the character of the neighborhood by introducing a public transient function that has residents with questionable past behavior that dictated their need to have a transition back into society. This current shelter creates more police response incidents in a year than the contiguous neighborhood does in multiple years. This shelter will also create an unsafe environment with the vehicle and pedestrian traffic within 80 feet of a 4-lane road that yields a blind right-hand turn onto the street. The values that the Ivy Hill community has established and maintained since the 1960s are at risk with this rezoning proposal. Ivy Hill has been a real estate and schooling beacon for people moving into Arlington Heights for decades. Anyone interested in moving in will think twice and maybe reject the idea if a transient shelter for at-risk youth exists on their block. Arlington Heights will lose the tax revenue of home sales and no longer be the sought-after destination for families that it has been. The residents below have agreed with the petition content above and provided their signature to confirm that agreement. Next is from Isabella Bankowski. I am writing to you to state the opposition of the proposed shelter at 207-209 East Valley Lane. I am a resident of Arlington Heights since 1999 and reside at 2106 North Pine Tree Drive, Arlington Heights, which is literally around the corner from the proposed shelter site for the following reasons. Safety of the residents in the area, including the children of Ivy Hill, which is 2 blocks away from the proposed site, and seniors. My back fence borders Circle Hill, and in the past years have had enough negative experience with domestic violence, police activity, etc. Ivy Hill has been a safe space for families to move into and would like for it to remain that way. Many neighbors have voiced concerns about this proposed shelter and, if moved forward, plan to relocate out of the village. Even though I no longer have small children, my senior mom lives with me and likes to take walks, and I need the peace of mind that she will be safe. I am a great supporter of second chances and philanthropic missions, as I am heavily involved, but this location is not best suited for this purpose. I look forward to the November 1 hearing and the opportunity to voice my concerns. Next is from Agnieszka Pisek. I, Agnieszka Pisek, oppose the 207-209 East Valley Lane special use permit request made by Shelter Inc. If you vote to approve this request, you are asking our neighborhood to bear the burden of the risk of what will happen. There will be safety risks increased, such as traffic and greater police presence responding to shelter issues. Thus, us and our children will not feel safe in this neighborhood. I do not oppose the shelter mission to help people, but I oppose the location in our neighborhood. Ivy Hill is a single-family home community that is quiet, well-kept, and peaceful. Putting a shelter here will change everything we know and love about the neighborhood that we call home. Please vote to deny this request so that we can maintain the safety and integrity of our neighborhood. Planning Commissioners Dawson, Jensen, Ennis, and Drost failed to listen to us as citizens who live in the neighborhood that will be negatively affected. Their vote demonstrated that they don't care about the impact on 500 single-family homes, but do care about 10 to 12 young men. The next is from Diane Adam. Tom and Diane Adam, longtime 44-year residents of Arlington Heights, ask that you all vote yes on keeping Shelter Inc. in Arlington Heights by allowing them at the new site suggested. We are believers in our village supporting diversity, immigrants, and the poor. This new home would allow them to continue to live, work, and go to school where they did in Arlington Heights. Please vote yes on Monday night. Next letter is from Linda Wasey. I support Shelter Inc. Transitional Living Home. The boys have volunteered to live together. They have been heavily vetted for this program and do not have a criminal record. These boys coming out of foster care are asking for more help. They want to learn life skills that will help them succeed. They are motivated to learn from their counselors and staff who will live with them in the house 24/7. Even though you might understand all that is being said about the safety of the program in many respects, you don't know the boys personally. Our minds can start thinking of troubled youth, that we read about in the paper. Our kids we know, or kids our kids know, who had problems. We wonder what went wrong with the child's upbringing that caused them to get into trouble. We are fearful, very fearful. We judge the youth we read about in the paper and say that they weren't raised with good values. Our minds jump to conclusions that the young men in the transitional program are like the ones we read about. How unfair to judge and be fearful of people we don't know. What we can do is see that these emerging adults that will live in the shelter housing who volunteered for this program and meet all qualifications are given the steady hand to strengthen them and to give them hope, guidance, and shown a way forward so they can be successful adults and contribute to society. Please vote yes. Many of us here are parents. We all want our kids to be successful in life. Can we want that for these boys we don't know now? With some effort on our collective part, we can get to know them and welcome them personally, showing our village can offer them love and community because that's ultimately what they need. Let's do this. Next letter is from Stephen McDermott. My name is Stephen McDermott. My wife Jean and I have lived at 1207 East Crabtree Drive, Arlington Heights, since February 1st, 1987. Our home is in the Ivy Hill section of Arlington Heights and approximately 3/4 of a mile from the address that we are opposing, the special subject use permit. We are now fully retired and plan on residing in our home. Quite often, our 6 children, their spouses, our 9 grandchildren visit. We all enjoy the neighborhood, parks, and nearby shopping. We oppose the 207 to 209 East Valley Lane special use request made by Shelter Inc. If you vote to approve this request, you are asking us voters, homeowners, taxpayers in the Ivy Hill neighborhood to bear the burden of the risk of what may happen. There is a great probability of increased safety risks for us and our family. Also, a probability of increased traffic and noticeably greater police presence responding to the shelter's issues. It is our understanding that Shelter Inc.'s current facility causes an average of more than 50 calls per year for police assistance that include criminal incidents and public complaints. We do not oppose Shelter Inc.'s mission to help people, but we do oppose the proposed location in our neighborhood. Ivy Hill is a single-family home community with a school and parks that is quiet and well-kept. Putting a transitional shelter here, in our opinion, will have a negative impact. Please vote to deny this request so we can maintain the safety and integrity of our neighborhood. The next letter is from Joyce Slavic. I wanted to offer some words in support of the Transitional Living Program's move to a new home here in Arlington Heights. I understand why people who don't know much about the TLP might have questions or concerns about the move. However, the truth is that the program is a positive force for change in young people's lives. The youth of this program are all there by choice, and they're held accountable at every step of the way. This means conduct rules, curfews, financial responsibilities, and personal responsibility milestones that each youth must meet to continue in the program. These requirements help these kids transition into young adults who can be contributors in our community. In fact, many of them already have jobs in and around the area. You may have even seen and had positive encounters with these young people without even knowing they were part of TLP. Approving this move would send a message to these youths that we are a welcoming, inclusive community that truly believes in the idea of being good neighbors. Society didn't give these kids much of a chance when they were younger. We have the opportunity to give them one now. Let's give them the chance and help keep them on track by approving their move. Please support the TLP. It's good for the kids and it's good for the community. The next letter is from Joyce Biritz. I feel strongly that Arlington Heights approve the special use permit to house the Transitional Living program that Shelter Inc. is proposing for the new location on East Valley Lane in Arlington Heights. The young people who have already proven their commitment to starting a new life deserve a fresh start and are welcome. There are strong established expectations for these young youth that they must follow to remain in the program. I believe they will work hard to fulfill their commitment to this opportunity of a new start. I think any of us would be grateful to have such a chance were we in their shoes. I hope Arlington Heights, a community with so much, can be welcoming and give back for all we have. After all, if not here, where? Thank you for all your effort to make wise and appropriate decisions for our community. The next letter is from Christopher Saturnus. My wife and I support Shelter Inc.'s application for transitional housing in Arlington Heights. Unless each community undertakes to help the less fortunate among us by sharing our resources in this small way, there will continue to be a steady decline in our society, evidenced by young people who cannot participate in America's economic growth and greater division between the haves and have-nots. If communities like Arlington Heights fail to support programs like Shelter Inc., our children and grandchildren will suffer from our fear of a few more police calls and failure to help the less fortunate. Arlington Heights should not become a gated community whose citizens peek out from their curtains in fear. The next letter is from Peter Nido, I'm sorry, I'm not saying this right, Nidojadlo. We, Peter and Agnieszka, oppose the 207-209 East Valley Lane special use permit request made by Shelter Inc. If you vote to approve this request, you are asking us in the neighborhood to bear the burden of the risk of what will happen. I do not oppose Shelter Inc.'s mission to help people, but I do oppose the proposed location in our neighborhood. Ivy Hill is a single-family home community that is quiet, well-kept, and peaceful. Putting a transitional shelter here will change everything we know and love about this neighborhood we call home. We have 2 teenage boys, aged 13 and 15, and 3 years old. It is very scary to have shelter home 2 minutes from home. I cannot imagine this. How can you give permission to shelter home for boys with behavioral, psychological, and criminal background 7 minutes walking from elementary school? Our kids were always able to walk to and from school independent. What now with increased traffic and people with bad background? Will we have to drop them off? I do not understand why you do want to have shelter home in our area full of small and teenage kids. Let me be selfish. I choose to live in Ivy Hill because of safety and friendly environment. I did it many years ago, and believe me, I have to pay for it every month in property taxes and my mortgage payment. I paid much more for my small house, but it was my and my husband's choice. I could not find bigger house or much cheaper in different area, and now you want to take it away from us. Our area will not be so safe anymore, but my payment and taxes will stay the same. We vote against. Please vote to deny this request so we can maintain the safety and integrity of our neighborhood. Planning Commissioners Dawson, Jensen, Ennis, Warskow, and Drost failed to acknowledge or listen to our voice as citizens who live in the neighborhood that will be affected. Their vote demonstrated that they don't care about the impact on 500 single-family homes. The next is from George Shibayama. I fully support Shelter Inc.'s application for transitional housing for young men under guardianship by DCFS. The next letter is from Grace Worrell. Last month, I moved into the Ivy Hill neighborhood with my family. I struggled to write this letter for a variety of reasons, but feel I provide a different perspective that is worthy of being heard. My husband and I are closely connected with 2 homeless shelters in Chicago, the Well of Mercy and Cornerstone Community Center. We work closely with the residents in these shelters. We know how amazing these residents are, but are also aware of the struggles, trauma, and violence that come with the foster care system and homelessness. We bought our house in Arlington Heights, specifically this neighborhood, because of the community and diversity. It was important to find a neighborhood that offered diversity without negotiating safety. The shelter proposed is on our street, which cannot sustain a house with 6 or more adults living in it, including employees, deliveries, etc. Our street is already being used as a cut-through street, which is dangerous for small children, elderly, and neighbors with disabilities walking daily. The requirements it takes to run a shelter in an orderly fashion will disrupt the environment of the neighborhood. The next letter is from Gail Hassan. I am in favor of allowing Shelter Inc.'s Transitional Living program to relocate to a neighborhood in Arlington Heights. If they would like to come to my neighborhood near South Middle School, I would welcome them. I believe the shelter has adequate screening processes for the young men who are in their program so that they are of no more danger to the community than anyone else. Let's be fair, we don't get to screen any of our other neighbors before they move into our neighborhoods. We don't know which families might have trouble within their walls that might spread into the community. And if that did happen with a neighbor, I hope that we would be supportive and helpful. After reading all of the information about the program and similar programs, I believe that it is very important that we support programs like this in our community. It is when we don't support them that we have trouble. We want these young men to be helped and encouraged, to be given the best chance of success. Let's continue to support them as a community. The next letter is from Tricia Rich. Please vote to support Shelter Inc.'s move to a new location in Arlington Heights. They have already been in the village for 10 years and are in need of a new home. These youths, through no fault of their own, have had a tough go of life. As a community, we need to help them to become contributing members of society. We can do this by giving them a stable home environment. Please vote yes to Shelter Inc.'s move. The next is from Courtney Wishnu. I, Courtney Arose, oppose the 207-209 East Valley Lane special use permit request by Shelter Inc. I do not support Shelter Inc.'s mission to help people, but I oppose the proposed location in our neighborhood. Ivy Hill is a single-family home community that is quiet, well-kept, and peaceful. Putting a transitional shelter here will change everything we know and love about this neighborhood we call home. Please vote to deny this request so that we can maintain the safety and integrity of our neighborhood. Next letter is from Liz Nickerson. I urge you to support Shelter Inc.'s application to provide housing, counseling, guidance, and a positive living environment to young adults who are aging out of foster care. This is a fragile group, and Shelters Inc. can literally save lives and help ensure these young adults become productive citizens. As a community, you have the opportunity to take a positive step in helping these young adults, and by supporting them, you are improving our community and our world. Through programs like Shelter Inc., young people who age out of foster care can receive guidance along a path to a happier, more productive life. Everyone deserves a safe home. We are rebuilding these lives by giving these young adults a home, as well as the skills and resources they need to live the life they deserve. The next letter is from Arthur Polanski. I live at 409 East Valley Lane, 500 feet away from the proposed Shelter Inc. I moved in 1 year ago, have 2 kids, 4 and 7 years old. I oppose the 207-209 East Valley Lane special use permit request because I'm really concerned about the safety of the neighborhood, especially kids and property value decrease in our nice, peaceful neighborhood. The next letter is from Thomas Mayo. I'm Tom Mayo, and I have lived in Arlington Heights for 47 years. I presently live on Crabtree Drive in Ivy Hill. I oppose the special use permit for the duplex at 207-209 Valley Lane. I am not in favor of changing the use of a building on a residential street directly across from single-family homes and on a street in which children walk to and from Ivy Hill School, as well as children walking to and from buses for Thomas Middle School. The next letter is from Jenny Zaker. We oppose the shelter in our single-family home community that is quiet and peaceful. The news of this facility potentially coming to our immediate area is of grave concern and could affect how we conduct our daily lives. I am a senior citizen and take frequent walks with a cane and fear I could become a target of opportunity. Though our child is older, we are concerned about the abundance of children in the neighborhood with a school nearby, and now we'll be concerned when our grandchildren visit and what they can do outside and where it is safe to go. This was never an issue before. We are worried about our welfare and safety if this permit request is honored, and we do not want to have to consider moving. We are concerned about the possibility of increased criminal activity, drug and marijuana availability, and/or dealing its effects on our teenagers. We feel that these young men in the Transitional Living program would be better housed in a commercial or more isolated area rather than a family community to minimize the risk for the safety and well-being of our children and families. Next letter is from Daniel Crucius. I would first like to thank Mayor Hayes and the village trustees for their hard work and due diligence to serve the people of Arlington Heights. My name is Daniel Crucius, and I'm a 25-year-old and lifelong resident of Arlington Heights, and I'm asking the board to support Shelter, Inc. Arlington Heights is welcoming and compassionate when we live up to our best values. Shelter, Inc. serves marginalized, at-risk youth, and the services Shelter, Inc. will provide will help nurture upstanding and productive citizens who will give back to Arlington Heights. Like many places, Arlington Heights is a great location for families of many backgrounds and will be a great location for these youth. These youth are not criminals. These are good, productive, and hardworking youth with great promise. The programs, mentorship, and services of Shelter, Inc. prevent crime from happening by striking at the root causes, such as poverty. Let us live into our values of compassion, welcome, and being the village of good neighbors by affirming Shelter, Inc. Let us fulfill the promises we have made to prioritize diversity, equity, inclusion, and, I might add, justice. Let us be a welcoming town that sets a positive example for others. Shelter, Inc. will change lives and will always be a good neighbor. Please support Shelter, Inc. And the next letter is from Anna Potapo. I strongly oppose the 207-209 Valley Lane special use permit request made by Shelter, Inc. This company should look for a location that won't require a special use permit, parking variations, or rezoning, and has access to public transportation. Duplex 207-209 is 20 yards from Arlington Heights Road. We, the immediate neighbors, know best how hard traffic is at this intersection. Also, these 12 Shelter residents won't be able to use public transport, limiting them to cabs, Uber, etc. This will greatly increase the already existing traffic problem at this intersection. Additionally, Shelter wants to make the subject property's garage into an office. In this case, where will the Shelter employees, volunteers, and visitors park? Just a few extra cars on this street, especially so close to a major intersection, will severely restrict visibility and create a huge danger on the already busy road. In the current location, which is in a commercial area, there were 553 police calls in the past 10 years. This is extremely unsettling, as the proposed location will be in a residential area and will have double the number of residents. Keep in mind that most supporters live a considerable distance away from the subject property. The next letter is from Jeff Pazika. Supporting the Shelter, Inc. proposal is a chance for us to make a hugely positive influence in the lives of many young men. It's critically important to help our most disadvantaged citizens. They're counting on us. Next letter is from Chuck Hornaday. I have lived in Arlington Heights for over 20 years. My current home is in Ivy Hill on Pine Tree, just a few short blocks away from the proposed shelter. I live here with my wife and 2 young girls. In regards to the special use permit request, there are a few areas I believe that we should consider. Risk. The one weighing most heavily on many people's minds will be risk. The idea of creating a transition shelter for males aged 17 to 21 undoubtedly comes with risk. Regardless of the best intentions, there are no assurances that can be given that an incident will not happen that could affect surrounding community members. We could all look at this risk historically or statistically, but at the end of the day, for those closest to the location, they may personally feel the risk is too high. This can be especially true when dealing with something as important as our families. Impact those in closest proximity. There are many concerns from people who live nearby in this neighborhood. These concerns should be weighed heavily, as these would be the people most directly impacted. To move forward and allow the shelter to proceed despite strong opposition from those people most directly impacted would show a major lapse in judgment by this board and would draw into question their future decision-making abilities on a wide range of issues. I oppose this special use permit and shelter, and I urge you to do the same. The next letter is from Lori Ann Oyen. I oppose the 207-209 East Valley Lane special use permit request made by Shelter Inc. If you vote to approve this request, you are asking us, the residents in the neighborhood, to deal with the burden of risk of what will happen. There will be greatly increased safety risk for us and our children, increased traffic, noticeably greater police presence responding to shelter issues. I do not oppose of the shelter mission to help people, but I do oppose the location in my neighborhood of 29 years. The shelter hasn't negatively impacted their current neighbors, being in a commercial location. My family has been living in the Ivy Hill neighborhood for 29 years. We have 2 teenage children and live in close walking distance to the 207-209 East Valley Lane property. Our Ivy Hill neighborhood is a single-family home community that is quiet, well-kept, and peaceful. By putting a transitional shelter here, we will change our neighborhood drastically. We are concerned about the safety of all residents with the increased traffic pattern that will be introduced to our neighborhood if the shelter is present. Increased car parking on the street, which would impair the youth from visibility when walking to and from school, which can create visible safety situations. Please vote to deny this request so that we can maintain the safety and integrity of our neighborhood. The planning commissioners have failed to acknowledge or listen to our voice as the citizens who live in the neighborhood that will be affected. Their vote demonstrated that they don't care about the impact to the 500 single-family homes. The next letter is from Barbara Taylor. Youth who age out of foster care face significant challenges in their transition to independent adulthood. 20% of the kids who age out of foster care become instantly homeless. They walk out of their foster home with whatever they've managed to hold on to while being shuffled from home to home and have absolutely nothing to catch them. What a desperately terrifying situation to be in. Transitioning into adulthood is challenging for any teenager. Youth who age out of foster care lack the traditional social networks and family safety nets that many teens take for granted, such as a stable family backed by financial resources. Without the same access to resources for meeting basic needs, it is no wonder that those who age out of foster care struggle to overcome the challenges they face. They often succumb to poor life outcomes, such as homelessness, young parenthood, unemployment, and incarceration. These dismal life outcomes are not only individual tragedies, but also significant challenges for entire communities. There is a real financial incentive for local governments to figure out strategies for preventing homelessness. Programs such as Shelter Inc. show that you can save a lot of money if you provide those young adults who are aging out of foster care with 2 of the most basic needs: housing and caring adults who can provide support to these vulnerable young people. Through programs like Shelter Inc., young people who age out of foster care can receive guidance along a path to a happier, more productive life. Everyone deserves a safe home. We are rebuilding lives by giving these young adults a home, as well as the skills and resources they need to live the life they deserve. I urge you to support Shelter Inc.'s application to provide housing, counseling, guidance, and a positive living environment to young adults who are aging out of foster care. Thank you for your consideration. The next letter is from Amy Svoboda. Please let this email document that I am very much in favor of the people connected with Shelter Inc. residing in our city anywhere. We are the city of good neighbors, and good neighbors are welcoming and look out for one another. I value the Shelter Inc. community. The next letter is from Jean Wood. I do not know if any of you have a young adult in your family or among your friends who has had difficulty transitioning from a school setting to becoming responsible adults. I have had 2 siblings for whom that was the case. My parents did all they could for them, but those 2 children were born later in my parents' life, and both girls had undiagnosed learning disabilities. It was before Public Law 94-142 when the federal government mandated that if there was a suspicion of an underlying handicapping condition, diagnosis and treatment had to be taken within 30 days. There were no services available to them after high school. My parents were both in ill health by that time. I wish there had been a program such as the Transitional Living program that is proposed for Arlington Heights. It would have been a positive force for change in their lives. The youths in this program are all there by choice, and they're held accountable at every step of the way. This means conduct rules, curfews, financial responsibilities, and personal responsibility milestones that each youth must meet to continue in the program. These requirements help these kids transition into young adults who can be contributors in our community. In fact, many of them already have jobs in and around the area. You may have even seen them and had positive encounters with these young people without even knowing they were part of the TLP. I would also note that Shelter Inc.'s other group homes, one for boys and one for girls, are located in residential areas in Schaumburg and Palatine. They enjoy the support of the neighbors there, as well as the police chiefs and other village leaders. Surely the people of Arlington Heights should be every bit as supportive as those in Schaumburg and Palatine. Approving this move would send a message to these youths that we are a welcoming, inclusive community that truly believes in the idea of being good neighbors. Society didn't give these kids much of a chance when they were younger. We have the opportunity to give them one now. I urge you to vote yes on this measure. The next letter is from Robin Paul. Please vote yes to approve Shelter Inc.'s request for zoning variance as they seek to relocate to their new home. We as a village need to recognize that growing up in today's world is not easy for those with most advantages. Teens who have had unstable family lives need extra support. With support, structure, and guidance, teenagers can grow their skills, become responsible, integral community members. We as a community must step up and accept all children as worthy of our efforts. As a 35-year member of this community and a local high school teacher for 20 years, we need to embrace our efforts for diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as recognize that young people hold promises for our future. The next letter is from Allison Anderson. I support a special use permit for Shelter Inc. to allow them to house its Transitional Living program in the proposed new location on East Valley Lane in Arlington Heights. This is an established and well-run organization, and their work to support youth in our community is needed and valuable. Next letter is from Joanne Brownell. I have lived in 30 years in Arlington Heights and have heard the same kind of arguments being used to reject the movement of Shelter Inc. Transitional Living program to a new location that were put forth on other projects such as Lake Arlington. I am living in an area near the new location and do not fear that my home value will be reduced or that traffic will be a problem. Instead, our village will be able to serve a few more young people who need resources and guidance to help find permanent housing and secure job opportunities. This program has been located in the village for some time without causing the problems that seem to worry some residents. Please allow Shelter Inc. to move in a new, larger location on East Valley Lane. The next letter is from Philip Schneider. I reside at 1204 East Valley Lane in Arlington Heights, which is 4 blocks from the proposed shelter home. We have lived here for 43 years. One of the reasons we originally moved to this neighborhood was that it was a safe area. Placing the Shelter Inc.'s home in the proposed location will only increase the safety risk in the area. We added parking on Valley Lane so close to Arlington Heights Road will also increase the traffic safety risk. For For these reasons, we oppose this special risk permit request made by Shelter Inc. Please vote to deny this request so that the safety of this neighborhood can be maintained. The next letter is from Stephen Linder. I am a resident of Arlington Heights. I support a special use permit for Shelter Inc. to house its transitional living program on East Valley Lane in Arlington Heights. I feel this is an important program that strengthens our community. The next letter is from Wendy Dunnington. I am writing to show my support to allow the special use permit for the Shelter Inc. Transitional Living Program. The unfounded claims of crime surging, property values decreasing, or traffic increasing in the neighborhood need to be dismissed. The participants do not have criminal records, adhere to strict rules, and are well supervised. The young adults at Shelter Inc. who are choosing to be part of the program to improve their lives are exactly the young adults we should be supporting in our community. This location keeps the participants in Arlington Heights where they already work and attend school. Let's give these participants a safe neighborhood to live in with nearby food and shopping amenities and not banish them to an undesirable location. The next letter is from Kristen Heron. I am writing in support of the permit for Shelter Inc.'s TLP that is being voted on at tonight's Village Board meeting. I am an Arlington Heights resident, and the research that I have done on this housing program suggests that this move and rezoning will not have any measurable negative impact on the surrounding neighborhoods and is a positive for youth in our area who are facing difficult times. We should be a welcoming community aiming at diversity and inclusion, and these young individuals are trying to improve the situations they have been dealt with in life, often through no fault of their own. Why would we not embrace their efforts to make better lives for themselves and assist them by providing shelter and programming that has been successful for decades? I ask that the village trustees vote in favor of the special use permit for Shelter Inc.'s Transitional Living Program. The next letter is from Martin and Linda O'Brien. Without reiterating all the legitimate concerns of the people of Ivy Hill that they have presented in opposition of the proposed shelter, we personally ask you to vote no to the request for the shelter within our subdivision. We recognize that the board makes decisions for all of Arlington Heights. We expect that the concerns of those citizens who are most affected must bear the greatest weight. We assert strongly that no one is against a shelter for adult men in Arlington Heights. We expect, however, that such institutions be situated in appropriate locations. A shelter of any kind does not belong in a residential subdivision. Its placement here would forever alter the essential character of the neighborhood. The citizens of Arlington Heights entrust you to make salient decisions. The people of Valley Lane and Nob Hill have spoken. They shall bear the daily ramifications should you allow the insertion of any institution onto their residential street. All of Ivy Hill shall also be adversely affected. We implore you to hear us, understand the obvious consequences, and disregard the various agencies who wrote letters in support of a shelter here. None of those people, agencies, live in Ivy Hill, nor would they be adversely impacted by the placement of a shelter on Valley Lane. We ask you to redeem our faith in the board and strenuously request that you keep Ivy Hill a residential neighborhood. The voices of the residents of Ivy Hill could not be any more obvious. Institutions should not reside within residential neighborhoods. The next letter is from Carrie Kuzak. I want to voice my support for the new Shelter Inc. Transitional Living Program location in Arlington Heights. I'm a resident of Ivy Hill, and I'm deeply saddened by the misinformation that has been spread so wide among my neighbors. I believe that many people in my community have voiced opposition based on fear stemming from this misinformation. The TLP provides a much-needed service and support for these young men choosing to enter the program. They are seeking to overcome challenges and better themselves through TLP. As they enter the program, they are aware that they will be held accountable to follow conduct rules and curfews. Additionally, these youths are provided education around building fiscal and personal responsibility. These young men deserve this opportunity. I believe that coming together to support this program will improve our community and these youths' lives. The next letter is from Lori Granowy. Shelter Inc.'s Transitional Living Program has been part of our community for many years. It was founded more than 50 years ago and has helped many of our young residents to lead more productive, fuller lives. I don't think any of you are opposed to continuing to support this worthwhile organization. The question always seems to be, is this the right location for this use? Staff at Shelter Inc. have researched this thoroughly and are convinced that this would make an ideal location to move to. This new site provides more space, more modern, safer facilities, close, easy access to a number of stores that could provide local jobs for the kids living here. One consideration I've heard raised is that the site does not provide public transportation. From my point of view, as a suburban mom, very few places are easily accessible in the burbs by public transportation. Even when sites are on a bus or train line, service is very limited. That's why Shelter Inc. provides Uber or other car service rides for the kids. Shelter Inc. is providing a vital service for our community. These kids need and deserve our help. I hope you will provide them with the same opportunity you have been providing for years. And the last letter is from Kathy Godonis. I am writing to support the approval for Shelter Inc. to use the East Valley Lane property to expand their transitional living program. I am a former longtime resident of Arlington Heights, current member of a village church, and licensed clinical social worker. For the past 50 years, Shelter Inc. has built a solid track record of assisting children who are experiencing abuse and neglect. These kids that are being helped are right in our local community. They are in the program because they need support and guidance, and the TLP is especially critical for young adults aging out of the welfare system and entering the workforce. I commend Shelter Inc. for providing a solid, well-trained staff and strict parameters to ensure the safety of its residents. I sincerely hope the village's commitment to helping guide and support the next generation of adults will continue.
Is that it, Becky?
That is it.
Well, thank you for a job very well done, just over an hour. And so it's a lot of talking. We appreciate your patience and persistence and getting us through that.
Thank you,
Thank
Mayor.
you. We will now go back to the village board then for deliberation, and hopefully a motion is as in the not too distant future, as we are now about 11:30, and we would certainly like to get this done tonight. I know I would. So let's go back to the board for further questions or comments. Trustee Bertucci.
I have two questions for the shelter director. The first one being the question that was raised in reference to the employee education and training. And somebody had mentioned that, in fact, that it was just a high school equivalency or high school or equivalent that was required, and that there was no specific either college degree or specific training that was needed to be, whether it be overnight or during the day, I suppose. But anyways, can you comment on that? Is there in fact, is it in fact required that some additional, some specific degree or something other than a high school is required?
Yes, I'm actually happy you asked that question. It was one of the comments that I wanted to make. So out of the 11 people that touch our transitional living program, therapists, case managers, and the direct staff, the average amount of experience at Shelter Inc. is over 7 years. So we have people who have worked with TLP or with that shelter for 27 years. We have our overnight worker. She's the only one who does not have a bachelor's degree, but she's been working at TLP for 15 years. Everyone, six of the 11 have master's degrees. One of the workers that works directly with the youth has 4 master's degrees. So we are very educated and have high training at shelters when working in the TLP.
Okay, but that's in reference to the people that are there now. We all know that it's hard to find. Everybody's struggling to find help right now. Can you tell me, in fact, how is the job being posted?
Our resident advisors we prefer a bachelor's degree. We put in there bachelor's degree preferred. And then at overnight, we do allow for a high school or an associate's degree.
Okay, so in fact, you do allow for a high school diploma for overnight at the location, and you would possibly hire somebody for that.
Correct, but they have to have experience. So it's not just a high school diploma with no experience. They have to have experience. As the person who does our overnights now has been here for 15 years and also works in a therapeutic day school, so has many years of experience.
So how much experience, so if somebody just had a high school diploma, how much experience would be not enough?
2 years is what is required for a minimum of experience.
Okay. Okay, so that's my first. My second question is another resident had raised a question in reference to the amount of cars that might be available, and has in fact sent pictures to the trustees showing that your current location often has more than 2 cars parked there. Can you comment on that?
Sure, yeah. So it's hard to comment without seeing the picture. It could have been a time where we had a staff meeting, and knowing that parking is not an issue at our current location, we were able to drive there. I think we would make other accommodations or have staff meetings or clinical meetings here at our main office, which is just down the street. So we know that hearing from our residents that parking is an issue, and we'll work on that. I'm not concerned with parking. Our residents, the likelihood of them owning a car is not high.
Okay. I mean, I am familiar with the street there, and there would be some concern if there's a lot of cars parked right there at the corner. So that was my 2 questions. Thank you for answering those. Sure. And then Randy and/or Charles, from a standpoint, obviously I see that the staff is not supporting the change, and part of the staff is obviously the police. Now, somebody on I think the resident side had mentioned that specifically that the police were not recommending the change in zoning. And is that a fair statement, Randy, or is
no?
That's not a fair statement.
No,
okay.
I'm glad you asked the question. The police department does not weigh in on zoning issues under any circumstances.
Okay.
They are neutral. They will provide whatever services are called for at the site. The recommendations come from planning and myself generally.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure we're clear on some of the facts. So thank you for clarifying that. That is my only question, Mayor.
Okay,
for clarification.
Thanks, Trustee Bertucci. Other questions from the board or comments? All right, there we go. Trustee LaBedz.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. Karina, I've got a question. You've mentioned the THINK program, could you talk a little bit about that?
Sure.
How it prepares staff to work with young people?
Sure. So Think Trauma program was actually put out by Northwestern University and their School of Medicine to talk about the impact that trauma has, not just on people, but also as child welfare workers, because we know that we see a lot as well every day. So the Think Trauma program, we have 3 staff that are trained the trainers, and they now mandate that all of our staff here at Shelter Inc., no matter what position, including fundraising or being the office manager, they are all trauma trained. So they attend training. The training is 24 hours long, and at times can be shortened for depending on what department people are in, but it really dives down. It's really a deep dive into the extent of trauma, what that does to adolescents, and how we respond to those who have had traumatic backgrounds. But also take into effect, our work and how that's also really important, and taking care of ourselves is important as well.
Okay, thank you. My next question for you is a concern that was raised by many of the residents is the lack of transportation in the area. And you've talked about, and the material talked about the stipend, the $110, I think it is, that's available, that's separate from the education money under the education law for transportation to school. But what I was wondering is most of, well, I can't say if it's most, but at least several of your residents work, correct?
Correct. It's a requirement to work to be a resident in our facility.
So I would imagine that they would be able to use their salaries for a variety of things, including transportation. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that's why I think the location was so important to us, because that reduces the amount of transportation that they need, because they will be able to walk within to so many employers.
Okay, but they could supplement what they given by their own earnings.
Correct. And I will note that the majority of our youth at our current facility aren't using public transportation. With the transportation stipend, they prefer to use Uber so that they don't have to take multiple buses to work.
I think a lot of working adults also prefer to use Uber or Lyft than to take public transportation, even prior to the pandemic. That certainly were the statistics that were happening. I think, and so one last question, should this be approved with recommendations from the Planning Commission, which are 6 individuals, 6 residents, 1 in each bedroom, would that be difficult to monitor in any way? I mean, you know, considering it's like 2 separate units, 2 kitchens, 2 living rooms, and as well as the additional bedrooms.
Sure. So I wouldn't say it would be difficult to monitor. I think it would be easier to have a 7th or an 8th youth, because that automatically then has to increase our staffing. So as soon as that 7th person is there, we have to double staff for our DCFS contract requirements every shift that we have. So it would then, the ratio from 1 to 6 basically goes down for 1 to 4.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Thank you. Those are the only questions that I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee LaBedz. Trustee Canty.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes, and thank you to all the residents that have participated tonight. Thank you for bearing with us. Randy, I have a question for staff. If this housing development, if this duplex was not being sought after by Shelter Inc., what would the parking limitations be if it was used as just 2 separate apartments by 2 separate families?
You want to take that one, Charles?
Yes, Trustee Canty. I mean, currently it is 2 units, and they have the 2 spaces on the driveway and the garage, and that is, you know, fine for those units. There's not been any issues with parking there, and so the current situation is acceptable from a code point of view. That doesn't mean that also doesn't mean you couldn't have a family living in both units where you have more cars and, you know, can be accommodated in that scenario. That happens in many homes, you know, throughout the community.
Right. I guess that's what my question is. Like, what is the parking limitation on the home as it is right now?
So I think, I'm not sure how many you can get in the actual garage itself. I don't know whether it's a 2-car garage. Let me see if I can tell from the survey. And then you can certainly get 2 cars on the driveway. You might even better get 3 cars on the driveway. And then it's possible that, I don't have a dimension plan, that may be a 2-car garage. So that would, you know, meet code or exceed code, you know, now for those 2 units. I can, in other areas where we have some duplexes south of Palatine Road and east of the Dryden-Windsor connection, there's a lot of duplexes that have 1-car garage and 1-car driveway. And we do experience, overflow, with parking situations in that neighborhood.
Right, okay, thanks. Karina, if I can use your first name, I just have one question for you, and it may be a little bit of a loaded question, but why here? Why a residential community to shift to?
So, I think a lot of the comments tonight are talking about these youth being reintegrated back into society. They've been integrated. They've grown up in residentials and deserve to live in a residential as well. This is what they're used to. This is how they have lived their lives for many years. So keeping them separate is, they are a marginalized population. So when we separate a marginalized population from the rest of our community, that says something about our community. The number one reason why that location was so important to us was that it was within walking distance to so many employers.
That's helpful. Thank you. We actually received emails from some of the residents of the facility, and I have to say that those had quite an impact on me. It always does when youth come and speak to our board and advocate for themselves or on things that they believe in very strongly. I think that takes a lot of courage, and I do think that speaks to the work that you all are doing with these young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Canty.
Hey, Trustee Tinaglia.
Thanks, Mayor Hayes. I've got just a boatload of notes and things here, and it's random all over the place. So I'm going to apologize now for bouncing back and forth from questions for different people. And I think I want to start with Charles, please. And really, just to give you a quick heads up, I'll leave you alone. You included in our packet an overhead aerial that you have the buildings circled in red, but it's a fairly small swath of the neighborhood. I drove through there a couple of times over the past weeks, and again yet today. And I would like to share, if we can, a little wider picture of this neighborhood. Is there a way that you can go on Google Earth and put on your screen and share a little bit bigger picture of this neighborhood, or am I asking too much for tonight?
I can try if you give me a moment and
yeah, no, I can
carry on with other questions or something like that.
Yeah, I can go on to somebody else, but I think we've heard a lot tonight about the neighborhood and how important it is, the residential character and so on. And I want to clarify a couple things with you if I can. So I'll leave you alone. Question for the petitioner, Karina. The Plan Commission voted to approve a smaller program than you guys have asked for. You've also indicated that you want to, by the virtue of the drawings that we got in our packets here for the floor plans, you talked about getting rid of the garage and turning that into an office space, and then having a total of, I think, 6 bedrooms completely. 2 per bedroom would be the 12, I guess. And so my question to you and your team, what's going to happen if tonight the vote goes, someone makes a motion and it goes to concur with the Plan Commission recommendation? Would you consider also then eliminating your plan toward renovating that garage toward interior space and therefore keeping it as parking space so that you had actually 4 spaces on site at all times, 2 in the garage, 2 in the parking lot, or parking driveway, excuse me, so that when turnover happened with your staff, you had 2 on the left and then 2 would come on the right, they could leave, and there were 2 empty spaces always, other than turnover of employees. How would you guys react to that?
I'll first talk about the 6 youth. We have always been committed to just ensuring that the 6 youth that we currently have in our current facility move and are at our place and feel comfortable, and that the neighbors feel comfortable that we're there as well. That has always been our number one priority. I, again, would ask that we think about possibly moving up to 8 at first, considering it would then double our staff, and so the ratio decreases, and so we have more staff there. And I think, you know, we're the experts of running residential in neighborhoods, and we know how to do this work. So I am okay with the 6. I would love to see the 8 to make sure that we have the extra staff there, and we can talk about, you know, increasing it at another time as well. I'm also very open to using the garage as parking. The drawings were preliminary. We wanted to see what we can do with making sure that we had additional storage space, and also maybe using that as a rec room, but we are open to using it as a garage.
Yeah. I think that's wise, Karina. I think that would be wise to look at it that way. Sometimes things move slowly, right? And it's important to be sensitive to all the needs, right? We've sat here and listened to an enormous amount of passion and concern on both sides of the fence here. Really, I think it's clear the neighborhood's afraid of certain impacts, whether it be traffic or you know, behavioral issues or anything like that. But at the same time, you know, we are stewards. You know, it's important that we as communities, as a community here, be responsible. And these are our kids. And so I feel obligated to find a way to make this work to some degree, somehow. I've been blessed. I have 4 children that had a home and a mom and a dad, and we gave them everything. And I think, you know, not all kids get that. So if there's something you folks can do for some of these kids, and we can find a way to make it work, and they can be good, you know, participants in the community as well, then everybody wins. So my goal here tonight is to kind of get to the bottom of what's doable and what's not. So thank you for that. I'll come back to you, Karina, but for right now, I want to go back to Charles because he's got this on the screen for everyone here. Charles, can you zoom in a little bit? It's a little too big actually now.
Can you run the Google Street View up before I was able to, so.
Okay, so we're looking at the second building from Arlington Heights Road. That's the one right there, right?
That's correct.
And if I go along Valley Lane there, starting at Arlington Heights Road on the west, and go east, every one of those buildings are all duplexes, right?
On the south side, you know, yeah, definitely through until you get, I think.
It's all the way down, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, that maybe not all of those, but I know all the ones on the west side of Circle Hill Drive are all.
Yeah, I think it goes to Circle Hill Drive. I'm not sure about further east.
Okay.
Those are all zoned R6.
Those are all zoned R6, right?
Correct.
And then what about the apartment buildings behind all this? Yes, all of those.
Yeah.
That's all R6 as well?
That's zone R6. That's Circle Hill Apartments. There's 140 units approximately in that development.
Right. So from Valley Lane, if you took a pencil and drew a line down it, everything south of the center line is R6, and everything north is R3.
Everything north is R3.
Yep. And so the single family neighborhood, you know, it's really, it's important that we be fair here. It's everything north, but everything south is R6, multifamily, right?
That is correct, yeah. You know, normally the boundary line between zoning districts is the rear lot line. In this case, the boundary line is along the street, so everything south is R6, everything north is R3, single family.
Right, gotcha. But it's not unusual. I mean, if you look at this picture here, you could probably agree with me that there are countless examples in our community and other ones around where good planners like you, Charles, would design a community that says, all right, I'm going to have this high density business community with all these shopping centers and banks and drive-throughs and just a lot of commerce. And then the good neighbor to that might be R6 multifamily, whether those are row homes or apartment buildings or duplexes or what have you. And that's a buffer to the single family resident on the other side of that, right?
Yeah, that's pretty common. You can look behind many shopping centers, you'll find some R6 behind them as kind of a transition and step down before you get to, your typical, single family detached homes.
Right. And so my whole thought when I was driving through this, I pulled in off of Arlington Heights Road and I saw the first duplex on Valley Lane. And then the next duplex is the one we're talking about. And then I kept driving along there and I went back into Circle Hill Drive and then I drove into Nob Hill Drive and the residential single family section. And I just couldn't help but think to myself, if not this house, this duplex, this site, if this is not a good place for something like this, what is a good place? These these are kids, 17 to 21. My youngest kid is 22 now, and I still think he's a kid. These people who live in this house can walk around the corner. Their backyard is a drive-through for Chase Bank, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that Chase Bank right back there?
Correct.
That's the backyard of this duplex. And if they keep coming down further, there's a grocery store, a Chipotle. It just goes on and on. All these different places they could actually work without having to take a car. I'm not imagining this. This is real. This is why Shelter is so excited about this particular piece of property with this house for these kids. And I can't disagree with it. Across the street on the other side, if they could find a safe way across the street, which I do believe there's a light there, just down a half a block by the bank exit. There's another bank.
There's a traffic light between the two banks.
Right there. Right there is a traffic
side, correct.
Right? So if they came out and walked down Arlington Heights Road a half a block, they could cross Arlington Heights Road safely, and there's another whole shopping center of all kinds of things and another bank and so on. If they can't find jobs, there's a Planet Fitness over there and restaurants. For 6 to 8 youngsters, I think this is a home run for them. And so the worry is the way I see it is, how do these kids integrate into this community to be good citizens and good neighbors? How do they learn how to be part of the fabric of the neighborhood without frightening people? And I think that's what's really happening here is the neighbors don't know what to make of this. They're not convicted felons. They're not child molesters. They don't have a record of anything like that. They're just kids from a broken childhood of some sort, and they need a little support. So that's how I'm looking at it right now. I'm anxious to hear what the rest of the trustees have to say, but I'm looking at it as if I was going to approve this tonight, number one, I would be inclined to go along with the Plan Commission. I'd like to see a little more parking, because I absolutely agree if there was some sort of a cluster of parking on the street there, it would be dangerous. I'm not so worried about the kids, the young people living there. I'm worried about the cars parking there and causing trouble. But the fact that they can walk to so many places and have a decent job, maybe they'll relocate their jobs and work here somewhere instead. What else did I have for Charles while I've got you? I think that was it, Charles. Thank you. You can take this off. So we heard some things tonight about starting a new life. And I worry about what we're really saying here. These are not recovering addicts. These are not kids who have to start over from something that was like a halfway house, where you've got children and young people who have just been dumped out on the street after getting out of prison. These are kids that grew up in neighborhoods, but they probably just weren't stable homes for them. But I don't want to box them up and put them over here somewhere. If I lived across the street from R6 and somebody said, you know what, we're going to put 6 or 8 kids over here, I'd be the first one bringing them, you know, a dinner. My wife and I would make them dinner and invite them over to the house and find a way to make these kids shovel my snow and mow my lawn, and I would pay them and make them part of the community. And I'm not trying to be, you know, silly about this. I'm being totally serious. I know people are afraid, but I'm not. And I think this is something that we can get past and we can do. And I'm really going to count on you, Karina, your group, to make sure that if this happens tonight, that you guys follow through and do all the right things and push all the right buttons to make sure this is a safe environment for the kids and all the neighborhood over there. So I don't think I have anything else I needed to say here tonight. I'm sorry I took as long as I did, but I wanted to get a couple of those thoughts out. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Tinaglia. Trustee Baldino.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too would like to thank everyone who spoke here this evening, both the petitioner and the residents, and everybody who wrote in. Karina, I have I think I read it somewhere. I have the impression that there have been changes that have been made in either the application and screening process or in the resident rules and handbooks, or both. Is that a true statement?
That is a true statement. So our screening tool has changed, and our clinical director also now has access to their full DCFS file so that she can ask better questions and dig deeper into their histories and know if they would be appropriate for our program or not.
Okay, and that is basically an attempt to get, I think you've said it, a better understanding of where these kids are coming from and what the background is. I guess what I'm trying to get ahead here and what my question is this addressing many of the concerns that have been voiced tonight about safety?
Sure. So I think our screening tool gives us that ability. We also want to be fair to the youth who do interview with us and know when we can't meet their needs. There are such things as mental illness, TLPs. We are not one of those. And so we know that those youth would not be serviced by us because that would be unfair to them. So the youth that do come to us and are screened by us, again, are coming from our neighborhoods and also do not have the severe needs that some other populations may have. So a lot of the behavioral and psychological issues that some of the neighbors believe we have, we do not.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that response. So Trustee Tinaglia said it, if not here, where, and as sort of a follow-on statement to what Trustee Tinaglia was saying, I agree with what he's saying, but I also think that no matter where Shelter Inc. was proposing to put this new shelter, we would see many of the same concerns. So, you know, I don't want to see this shelter be put off in a corner somewhere and kept in arm's length, particularly because, you know, to say that these young adults, people keep calling them kids, but they are young adults, but to say that they're not interacting and a part of this community already is not the case, because they're already working here, they're going to school here, and they're interacting with our community. So That's what I have at this point. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the time.
All right, thanks, Trustee Baldino. Trustee Grasse.
Thank you, President. And I just really want to thank all the residents of Arlington Heights who have called, who've sent emails and letters, who have been so passionate about this project. I just want to mention I visited the Ivy Hill neighborhood at least 4 or 5 times. I visited during different times and hours and days to observe. I met actually with a couple of Ivy Hill residents for quite some length. I visited 2 different shelter locations and I met both staff and I believe 4 of the 6 residents. I have read all of your emails. I have really tried to listen and hear all perspectives. And I just thank all of you. As has been mentioned by previous trustees, there is a lot of passion and love for our community, our village. And I just thank all of you. And I want you to know you have been heard by all of us. I think that's fair for me to hopefully say that on behalf of the board. Please know that we have heard you. I have a question, if I may, first for Karina, if I may. I think through everything that we have been hearing, what I have been hearing as the number one concern for all of the residents. When I'm saying residents, I'm saying the residents who are the clients at shelter, but then also the residents at Ivy Hill. I have been hearing a common need from all of the residents being safety. And that is really what I'm hearing from the Ivy Hill residents and from the shelter residents and staff. And so my question to you, Karina, if I may, with the criteria given to the clients at shelter, the residents of Arlington Heights who are clients, they are really being held to a higher standard than anybody else who would choose to move into any one of our neighborhoods. And I was actually wanting you to speak a little bit to the criteria, the rules they must follow. If you could just speak to that, because I really found that to be very important for us to say out loud also.
So all of our youth are required to be in an educational setting. So either they are attending high school, they have completed their GED, or they may be attending college. So we have had youth who attend Harper College, but we also have had youth who are attending UIC. So they're getting their college credits. They also have to be employed. One of our requirements is that they have to have $500 in their bank accounts at all times. Our staff do biweekly staffings with our youth where they go over their treatment plan and goals, and they check their pay stubs to ensure that they are actually working, and that they are following the house rules. And those house rules are daily chores. In order to get the Wi-Fi passcode, as we all know, teenagers, that's very important to them. They have to clean their room, do the dishes, make sure that they're living in a very clean environment. They have to be respectful. We have a rules against violence. They have to ensure that they're attending their appointments and going to therapy and also their groups that are scheduled there. So we have a pretty big schedule for them and a list of requirements that they have to follow.
Thank you. You know what I also found interesting is, there will be cameras in the residence, cameras outside the residence. Any client has to actually sign a form if they're going to be sleeping over at a friend's house. Correct. There is no food allowed in their bedrooms. As we've said before, clearly no criminal or sexual offenders are allowed in this residence whatsoever. There is an 11 p.m. curfew for anybody under the age of 18 and a midnight curfew for anybody up to 21. So I was really interested in those higher standards and rules that most 17, 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds do not have to follow, living in their own home. But what I really wanted to focus on is what I've been hearing is safety is really the number one goal for the Ivy Hill residents. And I was hoping that some of these criteria that these clients are agreeing to and choosing to agree to by wanting to live in this residence can help with some of that, because there are no other criteria given to anybody else who might choose to move into the Ivy Hill neighborhood like that. I had a quick question for staff. If somebody bought that duplex privately, is there a limit in the number of people who could live in each unit?
No, there's no limit. There are some building code standards on square foot per occupant load. That does get challenging to enforce, quite frankly. There is no limit unless there's some kind of overcrowding complaint, and then we'd have to look at that occupancy standard on per square foot in the building code.
Thank you for that. And my other quick question, it's somewhat the same, but if an individual bought the duplex, could they really convert it to a single family home, or would it have to go through, could they do it whatever they wanted with the building?
The R6 would allow single family residential. We'd have to look at the floor area ratio standards and things of that nature. So I don't know whether it would or wouldn't comply, but assuming it met floor area ratio, lot coverage, impervious surface standards, in theory, they could convert the 2 units into 1.
Thank you for that. I also just really wanted to mention during my visit with the shelter house residential home on Gulf Road, I met, as I said, with, I believe it was 4 of the 6 clients there. And I actually asked them, I said, what do you want Arlington Heights neighbors, residents to know about you? And the response was, we want them to know that we're not scary and we're just everyday kids already living here and just wanting what everybody else wants. Just a place where we can do our best and move on for good things. And I was really touched by that. And so I just really wanted to share that as a part of, they want to be safe too, just as the residents and neighbors in Ivy Hill want to be safe. And I think the fact that it's a residential home hoping to be in a residential area is also something that really matters as well. But as I said, I really want to make it known that I hear the safety concerns for the residents of Ivy Hill. And that's why I really wanted to make mention of the strict criteria that is a part of this residential home. And I think that was really all of my comments or questions right now, but I thank you.
Okay, thanks, Trustee Grasse. Trustee Schwingbeck. Tom, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor Harris. I don't have any questions at this time. They've all been answered, and as some of the other trustees have said, we've done a lot of homework and we've talked to a lot of people over the last few months. I will say I didn't really know much about shelter until we started having discussions. I drove past the facility in Arlington Heights all the time. I was in and out of animal needs and feeds on a regular basis, and honestly never really paid much attention to the house there. And I even told Karina and John when I toured the Arlington Heights and Schaumburg facility one day that I thought that and I wasn't too far off, I thought it was owned by Animal Needs and Feeds, and they were living there. Not even realizing it was being rented by shelter. I think the shelter organization is wonderful. We heard from a lot of people tonight, and I took, as Trustee Tinaglia did, I took a lot of notes. Changing people's lives, positive influence. These are good kids, very needed program. There appears to be a lot of rules in place to vet out the young adults that are in the program. They want to be a welcoming community members, and it's a well-run program, and I agree with all of that. When I look at the residents that live over in Ivy Hill, I don't think they're any different than any other resident throughout Arlington Heights. They moved here because they wanted a place that was safe and had good schools, and they were probably looking at our park district and our library and the services that the village offered. And I too want all of that as a resident. I look at some of their concerns, like safety. I don't think that that's going to be a big issue because of the things that Shelter's doing. I also, as a neighbor, want my neighbors to be respectful, and I don't think that that's going to be a real issue either. But the one thing that I am kind of torn about is Charles put up that map of the area a little while ago, and those 14 or so homes that are zoned R6. I don't know who lives there, but I'm assuming that there's families living there, and there are 6. Correct me if I'm wrong, Charles, because there's a shared wall between the two residents. And that's why they're zoned multifamily. I'm assuming that different families live in each unit. But I am a little concerned that having Shelter in that house, will change the neighborhood and maybe alter the character of the neighborhood a little bit. And that's my only concern, is when we look at rezoning it, will it change the character of the neighborhood, and will it in some small way maybe adversely affect the property values in the neighborhood? And that's why this is a tough decision for me. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Trustee Schwingbeck. Trustee Tinaglia.
Thanks, Mayor Hayes. I just had one quick question I forgot to ask. I think Karina might be the best one for this. One of my notes was that the youngsters that live here are going to be between 17 and 21, right?
Correct, yes.
But there was a 2-year commitment or allotment. So can you explain how that works when there's a 4-year window there?
Yeah, so they
how does
can
that
say,
happen?
so they have to be out by their 21st birthday. So no one there is 21 years old. But that on their 21st birthday, they are emancipated and no longer available for our program. They're able to stay up to 2 years. They can come when they're 17 and a half and stay for 2 years, and we work on that plan for them to live independently, or they can come when they're 18 or 19. So it's a range, so they can stay up to 2 years and be within that age range.
So Karina, what happens to the youngster that comes in and he's a junior or senior in high school, and then he's there for a year, and then he goes to Harper for a year, and he's working as a job too, but he's only 19. Where does he go after that?
So while they are with us, while they are with us, we, the day they get there, we start already a transition plan of what will life look like after sheltering. So we give them a weekly allowance, but we also save money for them so that when they are ready to leave, we can give them anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 to help them start what that next step looks like. So they're never discharged without a permanent plan in place. So it could be that they live in their own apartment. It could be that they go to what's called an independent living organization. Or they could find, a roommate to live with. So they may be 19 and they may have been there for 2 years. And if they're ready, we will discharge them. And if we're not, we always make exceptions to make sure that they're safe and have a good place to live.
So Karina, and I'm sorry, I'm going, I said one question, now I'm on my third one.
Yeah.
Do you keep in touch with these kids afterwards, the 19-year-olds to the 23-year-olds or whatever, and maybe connect them up as a mentor for the new 19-year-old that just graduates from this, and get them in an apartment together somehow, or big brother, little brother type stuff, or is that not typical?
So we have mentors through other programming. We used to do mentorship with Let It Be Us, which is an organization in Barrington. We've talked about internally how to start up another mentor program for that age range specifically. But we've also had employees who were residents of our transitional living program, have gone on to get an education and want to come back and work with the youth. So they have that mentorship there.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Trustee Tinaglia. Trustee Scaletta. John, we're not hearing you either. No, still not good. No, sorry.
You know, Trustee Scaletta, what you can do is if you go on your smartphone and dial in, you should have gotten instructions. We could hear you that way. There'd be two of you on the screen.
Okay. All
John,
right.
if you hit hashtag, hit the pound sign, you'll have a number, it'll connect you, so it won't put two of you on the screen.
Okay, well, while John's trying to figure out his technology, let me just add some comments. This has been a very difficult decision for me. I'm still not quite sure how I'm going to vote, but I've told some people in advance of this meeting that I would be a game time decision, and certainly I'm still there right now. And certainly, as I said at the Crescent Place hearing, it's often one comment from one individual who changes my mind, and I know changes the minds of some of the members of this board. And so I did want to hear from my fellow board members, and I did want to hear from the petitioner and the staff, and especially the residents who are so important to this process. And I do understand their concerns, I really do. Some of the things that are really critical in my mind in terms of making this decision, and I'm very glad that the Plan Commission cut down the number from 12 to 6. I could tell you right now that I would not vote for 12. In fact, at this point, I would not vote for anything more than 6. I think if this is going to be approved, 6 is the right number for right now, without any further hearing and really a feeling out period in terms of what the impact on the neighborhood might be. And so I think 6 is the right number if this is going to be approved. And then the other big issue for me is the location within the neighborhood. And I know there's been some concern that this has been placed right in the smack dab in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And if you look at the map that was provided to us of the homes that were in opposition to this, they're actually very far away from this particular location. And so this is not something that I would consider to be smack dab in the middle of the Ivy Hill neighborhood. In fact, it's very close to the commercial, very close to Arlington Heights Road. And as I said, there's always one thing that kind of makes the light bulb go off for me. And for me tonight, it was Trustee Tinaglia's analysis of that buffer zone where this is actually located in that R6 area. And to me, if there is going to be a location in this particular area and in Arlington Heights, this seems to be a pretty good location that is within walking distance of commercial locations where these individuals can find jobs, within the R6 in that buffer zone, not really smack dab in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And so I still haven't decided how I'm going to vote, but those are some of my thoughts at this point. So Trustee Scaletta, have we got you back at all?
Trustee Scaletta indicated he's going to try to drop off and get back on, see if that helps.
Okay, other comments?
Can you hear me?
We got you now.
All right. So I keep hearing that we're rezoning. Are we rezoning or is this a special use?
Special use.
It's just a special use with the two variations, one for not providing the traffic study and the other for the parking variation.
Okay. Because rezoning is a very, very different thing, right, Charles?
Correct, yeah, the zoning will not change. It will still stay R6, the multifamily designation.
Okay, all right. I just want to clarify for anybody that's listening that it's not being rezoned. If this were to pass, it's not being rezoned. This is the special use permit that is specific to shelter, and it's not something that's transferable. Right, Charles?
You would have to add that that's not in the recommendation, that it's specific to shelter. So if that's the desire of the board, you could add that. And that has been added in other situations in the past by the board, but that was not part of the Plan Commission recommendation.
Okay, well, I always thought that special uses, none of them were transferable.
In many cases, special use, for example, for a restaurant changes ownership, but the special use continues if they're operating in similar fashion. So land use variations we've typically tied to the use, but special use is not that often. The board could choose to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if it gets approved, it's based on shelter. It's based on the experience the village has had with their existing location. I don't see how it could be. I would not vote for something that was not transferable. I'll tell you that. I mean, that wouldn't make any sense.
Then I would suggest that, if there is a motion, that be added to the recommendation.
All right, anything further, Trustee Scaletta? Okay. Trustee Canty.
Just really quickly, I appreciated your comments earlier, but I can't help but think about the concerns that we heard from residents about whether there was going to be an appropriate staffing ratio. And hearing what Karina said, that having that 7th or 8th resident to bring down the ratio and give them an extra staff member without going all the way up to 12 really kind of put a bug in my ear that perhaps we can help ease the transition if this were to go through, if there's a motion on the table, to help ease some of the concerns of residents that maybe there's too large of a ratio between staff and residents if you keep it at 6. So maybe there's a compromise position somewhere between 6 and 12 to get to that place of an increased staff member while at the same time decreasing that ratio of 6 to 1.
But the only reason I thought 6 was a good number was what was brought out in the previous hearing, and I think Karina and others from Shelter even said this themselves, with that having one person in a room kind of eliminated that conflict situation. And so that's one of the reasons why I think 6 is a good number. One person in a room, to eliminate any conflict within the house itself, I think is a very important way to eliminate any confrontation and perhaps something that might spill out into the streets. And so that's why I think 6 is a good number. Karina.
I just wanted to respond to that. So our presentation talked about the importance of having a roommate due to the socialization, and that it actually mimics what they most likely will step into post living at Shelter Inc. So we would still ask for the ability to have 2 in a room.
All right, Trustee Bertucci.
So I tend to agree with the mayor on the 1 to the room based on the ability of the residents to have a place where, for lack of better words, that they can have their own space, so to speak, and go chill if they need to get away from some of the others. I like that concept, and I also like the idea of a for lack of better words, a pilot program to see how this works out with 6. I have to say, I shared a bedroom with 2 brothers, so there was 3 in a room, and the lack of my own space did cause issues, and often the 3 of us were wrestling on the floor. So, and we were brothers. So, and we knew each other for a lifetime. So I'd be somewhat concerned, and I would like to see a pilot of 1 per bedroom also.
Trustee Tinaglia had his hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, what about the thought about the garage not being transformed into living space right away, so that we had a little more off-street parking available for the facility? How does the rest of the group feel about that? Good idea, bad idea?
I like it.
And Karina, you guys are okay with that, for at least like Trustee Bertucci and Mayor Hayes are talking about piloting this for now and seeing, getting proof out there that it's a wonderful program. Keep that garage as it is. Can we do that?
We would keep the garage. We do have 2 master bedrooms in each, so 1 in each unit, where they would be able to hold 2 youth. I think that would be fair. So every other room would be single, and then the 2 masters would be able to have 2 youth. Just square footage wise, it shouldn't be a problem.
But you're still limited to 6 people.
And I thought we were going to do
Right.
1 per room.
Karina?
Sure. I just think that even if it's limited to 6 people, I think that we should be able to have the ability to know that if a resident should have a roommate in their room or not, especially in the 2 master bedrooms.
We can move to a 1-to-4 ratio of staff to clients, which I think is actually better when you have, 4 in one of the duplexes with a staff and 4 in the other duplex with a staff, rather than the 6 with one staff.
I'm not going to vote in favor of anything more than 6, and so I don't care how you put them within the house, but 6 is the number for me. Trustee Grasse?
Thank you, President Hayes. I guess I would just like to comment that I actually support trusting the staff to know what is best for the clients, as far as whether they would be best suited to be 2 in a room or 1 in a room. I do not like the restriction of saying that they have to do 1 per room. I trust they're experts. They know what is best to help these young people reach their goals, and I do not like that restriction. I would support 6 if that's what's needed, with the hope that they could get established in the community and be able to come back to increase that. I would go for that, but I do have concerns about telling them how to do their jobs. I find them to be the experts as far as how many per room.
So
Trustee Bertucci, go ahead.
First of all, we have a staff recommendation of.
We got a plan commission recommendation.
Well, let me give me. Staff is saying no, do not approve. The plan commission is saying yes, but they specifically said maximum of only 1 individual per bedroom, and that was a slim 5-4 vote. So I just want to be careful here. Plus, we have 400 plus residents that are concerned, and I want to make sure we're listening. I mean, what I usually look at is, what does the residents say, what does the staff say, and what does the commission say? So we have residents who are concerned, we have staff who is concerned, and we have a slim vote margin on our plan commission. And even with, since it's a slim vote, that they're still saying only 1 individual per bedroom. So I just wanted to point that all out.
Right, thank you. Anybody else on the board? Trustee LaBedz.
Thank you. I actually would concur with Trustee Grasse's decision or recommendation. Sorry, it's getting late. It is late. To allow the shelter staff to determine what is best for their residents. You know, there may be some youth who are more comfortable having a roommate, depending on, you know, their personal experiences. And I do think the staff would be best with that. And that would even be with 6, you know, a limitation of 6 in the house. So not more than 6 people, but to allow the staff to do what they deem best for the residents. And then I kind of have a question to Trustee Tinaglia's thoughts about the garage. Would that have to be something, to not renovate the garage, would that have to be something specified as a condition? And if so, would that would mean that should shelter think it needs to be changed to, you know, that even that having that garage space has not been that necessary for parking, and perhaps they would want that indoor recreation space or something that was mentioned? Would we then have to come back through this process to make that change? So that's my question.
Who wants to take that from the staff?
What I was going to say, Trustee LaBedz, on that is, I mean, I think Attorney Passman can correct me if I'm wrong. It's very possible I am at this late hour. I think it would depend on how you write that into the motion. I think if you wanted to, potentially, you could make that something that could be determined at an administrative level without going through this process again. If you want it to be an experiment, but I'll let Hart interject.
I just follow up on that. That's exactly right. The conditions are what the board makes of them. You can determine how they are to be enforced. To the extent you put any details in there, then of course that's how the staff will implement any ordinance that is approved.
And if we didn't have anything about that particular item, would that mean that they could at this time change it or leave it as a garage? I mean, if we don't speak to that particular space, then they are free to do what they feel is best should this be agreed
Correct.
to. Okay, thank you.
All right, further
So
comments?
if I may
Trustee
jump in
Tinaglia.
here, I feel like it's an important part of my decision of approval on this, that they don't just unilaterally get to decide if they're gonna renovate the garage and turn it into indoor space and lose 2 parking spaces. There's been an awful lot of dialogue about worry for parking, street parking, and, you know, confusion on all that. So to me, their willingness to keep it 2 more parking spaces says a lot. And if the time comes when they want to add residents and they can prove that they absolutely don't need the parking, we can hear that at that point, is the way I'm looking at it anyway. I wouldn't want it to be just a staff decision or have it be their decision. I'd want it to be something that the neighborhood can get to see and hear again years down the road if they ever want to change this from 6 to 8 or 10 or 12.
All right, I have no objection to adding something like that to the Plan Commission recommendation. Let's talk about the number of people in a bedroom. If you look at condition number 1 to the Plan Commission recommendation, that could be solved, I think, by crossing out the words "with 1 in each bedroom." So you'd still have the parenthetical maximum of 6 residents on the subject property, and then just cross out "with 1 in each bedroom." Any objection to that as part of the motion?
Is there any, I mean, I really do want to hear, you know, if there are other thoughts on getting them to that next level of staffing. right? If we can get to 7 to try and bring that ratio down.
6 remains the number for me.
I think 7 or 8 is phase 2. That's the way I see it.
Fair. So then can we work that in then?
No, I mean,
No,
let
I think
'em
they
come
got
back.
it. Yeah, they got it. I'm not going to put that in the motion. I would not want to see that in the motion, that if conditions change and there's no impact on the neighborhood, then they can come back for another hearing, as the village attorney indicated previously.
Mayor, just a point of clarification, just to be clear, with your version of it, you're suggesting that 6 residents with 1 staff member is preferable to 7 with 2 staff members, correct?
For me,
Okay. Just want to make sure we're.
all right, any other comments on that? So anyone object to crossing out the words "with 1 in each bedroom"? I'm not seeing any objection to that. How would we word Trustee Tinaglia's suggestion? Mr. Passman or Mr. Recklaus or Mr. Perkins, any suggestions on that?
I'll take a stab at it, and obviously it's up to the motion maker, but it would be, if I understand Trustee Tinaglia correctly, it would be the condition that would prohibit renovation of the garage or one of the garages. I'm not entirely sure if I understand that point, in a manner that would, restrict use of it for parking. So that effect.
I think
Would we want to word it where we say the garage will be retained, the garage's ability to be used for parking should be retained? Is it better to word it that way?
Yes, and for 2 cars.
Okay.
Because they can renovate it, they can make it look nicer and cleaner and neater, and just maintain it for 2 parking spaces.
How many garages? 1 or 2?
There's 1 garage, looks like a double garage.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so that would be potential condition after number 7. All right.
Sorry, Mayor, are you making a motion?
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to craft a motion that we can come to some consensus on.
Okay.
No, I don't think I've ever made a motion.
I know, that's why I was a little bit
Yeah, no, I am not. I am trying to craft one that someone else can make. So, I have no objection to what Trustee Tinaglia suggests, and I have no objection to eliminating the need for 1 in each bedroom as long as it remains 6 residents. Was there any other concerns that we need to include? Trustee Scaletta had a concern.
To do with that, the special use is not transferable.
Right.
All right, so that would be an additional condition. All right, I have no objection to that either. So that would be my recommendation for a motion maker to include those new provisions or changes to the Plan Commission recommendation. If someone would be so inclined.
Would there be one last one, Mayor Hayes, that says that any changes to this would have to be a new petition come for the board for review and approval?
Well, Mr. Passman, is that even required? I mean, it's understood what the process is.
I don't know that it's required, but I also don't have any particular problem if the board felt it important to make that explicit statement, that it would absolutely take an amended special use permit through a public hearing process. We could add that.
I'm not suggesting we should.
I think typically if we're going to have it be administrative approval, we call it out as such. I think the default is typically that it has to go back and be amended. Is that correct, Charles, past practice?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, any of these are pretty specific, so if they want more than 6, they need to amend the ordinance. If they want to later on change the garage into something other than the garage, they would need to amend the ordinance. So any of these specific items that are listed, they would have to come file an application and go through the process to amend the special use.
Perfect. The possible wording for a motion regarding the garage is the petitioner shall maintain the existing garage as parking with 2 parking spaces available.
Sounds good to me. All right, is anyone interested, inclined to make a motion to that effect?
Robin's got it.
I'll take a
Okay,
stab at
Robin,
it.
go ahead.
I think we've got it kind of worked out. I move that we concur with the Plan Commission's recommendation with the requested action that a special use permit be allowed to allow a sheltered care home on the subject property with the variations of Chapter 28 of the Municipal Code to waive the requirement for the traffic and parking study, and the second variation to reduce the required off-street parking spaces from 10 to, what would this be, 4 now?
It would be, Trustee LaBedz, from 5 to 2, so a variation of 3 spaces.
To the variation to reduce the required off-street parking spaces to 3?
Actually, with
Two.
the garage staying, it would actually be reducing from 5 spaces to 4, so it'd be a variation of 1.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at, yes. So
I
that would be,
apologize.
okay, so that would be the variation to reduce required off-street parking spaces from 5 to 1. With the following conditions, the capacity of the 2 units, can I just say that paragraph striking the phrase "with 1 in each bedroom"?
Sure.
Retaining 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we are adding 8, and one of, that one to maintain the garage in its, how'd you say that, Randy? In its original condition as a garage?
Petitioner shall maintain the existing garage as parking with 2 parking spaces available.
What he said. And then there was one other, and that now has slipped my mind.
It was Trustee Scaletta's.
Oh, about this was, and to add also that this special use would only be available to Shelter Inc. for the purpose of this particular program. And then, of course, number 8, that complying with all federal, state, and village codes, regulations, and policies.
Okay, motion by Trustee LaBedz. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Baldino. Further questions or comments from the board? All right, seeing none. Roll call.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Baldino?
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
Trustee Grasse?
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci?
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
Trustee Canty?
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes.
President Hayes?
Yes. Well, thank you all for this very tedious but worthwhile process. I think we did listen to all concerned and tried to craft something that would be accommodating to all and providing adequate protections for all. And so I'm hoping that I know not everyone's going to leave here with a smile on their face, but hopefully this is something that will be good for not only the neighborhood but for the community as well. And so we thank everybody for their participation, and we wish Shelter Inc. the best of luck in moving forward with this. And I know you'll be a good neighbor, as you promised, and I know the residents will be good neighbors as well. And so we look forward to moving together on this particular project and within the village as a whole. So thank you all for your participation. Is there any other business?
Nothing further this evening, Mayor.
All right, anything from the board?
To adjourn.
Second.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn by trustee Scaletta, seconded by trustee Baldino. Roll call.
Trustee Scaletta,
Yes.
trustee Baldino,
Yes.
trustee Bertucci,
Yes.
trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
trustee Grasse,
Yes.
trustee Canty,
Yes.
trustee LaBedz,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. Thank you all again. Good night. Good morning.